What up, everybody? What up? What up? What up? Shiny! Shiny, shiny, shiny. Have we got any world records? I'm good. I'm good, Shiny. I'm good. How are you? How are you? Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. Yo, baby walk. What up? Shanna. Kia ora. Kia ora, everybody. Kia ora, kia ora. Come on in. Hare mai. Hey, Michael.
Globalized intifada.
Are you ready, kids?
Hey, Coco Millie.
Captain!
I can't hear you.
Aye, Captain!
Oh, yes. Let's go. Let's get straight into it, everyone. We're going to start off with the Iran war segment. Donny Boy is saying stuff. I don't know whether to believe him. We probably shouldn't, because Donald lies. No records, but we are pushing up against a 49. Wow, big win soon. Maybe, who knows? Wow, Shiny. Kia ora, everybody. Kia ora. Come on in. Come on in, folks. Kia ora, kia ora. Please, Morena, if it's the morning for you, good morning. Por Marie, if it's the nighttime for you. If you're listening in while having us, heading off to bed, por Marie. It's great to have everybody here. Hi, Remai. Welcome. And let's get into today. We're going to start off with the Iran war. And then we're going to focus a little bit on what Israel is doing in Gaza, and we're going to talk about what Israel is doing in Lebanon as well. There are some good updates on that, some exciting updates. In particular, the release of the co-founder of Hamas, which is insane. Okay, and then we're gonna work on some climate related stories as well. Oh, we got so much today, everybody. Good morning. Welcome, Essam. Good morning, Mr. Essam. Okay, let's get into it. Hey, Valkurna. It's Trump talking. Trump is lying. If Trump is talking, Trump is lying. Yeah. All right, let's go. Netanyahu says Israel not a party to U.S.-Iran Memorandum of Understanding as Trump touts deal. This is from NBC. Let's get into it. Tamam, Essam. Tamam. Kefalak.
President Trump taking a series of questions in the Oval Office on a range of different topics. The biggest headline related to Iran, we'll get to that in one moment. We do want to just note one thing. President Trump saying that he won Minnesota 3 times. In fact, he lost 3 times. Let's get to the biggest headlines on Iran, though. President Trump saying
it's good to have you here.
A deal that gets finished as soon as this weekend. He was asked whether the supreme leader has signed off on the deal. He said he believes the answer is yes. He was pressed on why is this time different. He's expressed optimism that he perhaps has a deal in the past. President Trump saying because they've taken a pounding. He describes it as
Melatonin?
a
Welcome.
memorandum of understanding, saying it's a little conceptual. Wouldn't
tired and hungry.
A deadline
How are you?
On when the fine print needs to be worked out in terms of how specifically the nuclear enrichment program would be dismantled and the nuclear material.
T-. I haven't asked you about. Oh, Mecca Jackson. Kia ora. You from out there, or? Me too. Hey, Michael Brush. I haven't asked you. How's How's driving your truck going? How are the diesel prices? Are you being impacted majorly? I haven't asked you. Sorry, I haven't asked you in a while.
Would be removed. He also
welcome,
was
Mecca.
asked
Welcome.
about his statement previously this week, saying
Hey,
that he
Peugeot.
believed Iran might
Good
be
morning,
tapping
Morena.
the US along. Why does he think that they're
We blow anything up today?
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Indeed, I did have a relationship with Ms. Lewinsky that was not appropriate.
being sincere now? He says because there is lots of enthusiasm to get a deal
Kia ora,
done.
my
He
clothes
was
brush. Kia
asked about a
ora.
range of different topics, but let's stay right there and bring in our team of reporters. Joining me now, NBC's Gabe Gutierrez at the White House. Richard Engel is in Jerusalem, and also with me, senior national security correspondent Courtney Cubie and business and data reporter Brian Chung. Gabe, let me start with you at the White House. What exactly do you know about this deal that President Trump is touting? He says...
So just to give everyone an update, Donny Boy today said he stopped all attacks. Let me just read you his truth. I walked away from company I drove for. I took a quick oddball trip 10 days ago and fueled at 1,200. Oh my gosh. Are you all good? Are you all good? How are you doing? That's a big change.
Loyal, noisy crew member.
Sounds like a big change anyway.
For your continued support.
Hey, Des, how are you? Thank you so much for the resub. 14 months, Des. Nice. You already had a quarter tank? Oh, my goodness. Okay, so what was I going to show you? I was going to show you Truth Social. Donald J. Trump's Truth Social. So here's what he wrote. Based on the fact that discussions with the Islamic Republic of Iran have been brought to the highest level of Iranian leadership and approved, I have, as President of the United States of America, canceled the scheduled strikes and bombings against Iran this evening. Discussions and final points have been, in both concept and great detail, approved by all parties involved, including the United States, Israel, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, Turkey, Pakistan, Bahrain, Kuwait, Jordan, Egypt, and others. The naval blockade will remain in full force and effect until this transaction is finalized. Time and place of the signing to be announced shortly. So apparently, hey, Stalin's fork. Stalin's fork. I'm resting and grabbing a ride going to Phoenix and then going down to Mexico for a week or so following that. I hope you get some rest, T-. I hope you get some rest and relaxation. These are usually, quite stressful times after you leave a job or whatever. Just make sure you look after yourself. So this is what he said. Welcome, DocuChick. Welcome, Ree. What can I say, guys? This has happened so many fucking times. But the crazy thing about this is Fars News, the Iranian news agency, is reporting that there are positive signs. So the only thing I've taken from this is that whenever Donny says something, I don't believe it ever. But I look at Iranian media in this case, and Iranian media is saying that this is looking positive. So that's different, right? Like, it's tough. It's tough to decipher anything, but it seems more positive. My feeling is that this is different, but I've said that before, and it's shit itself majorly. Hopefully, this doesn't shit itself like before.
could be done this weekend, says he could sign it potentially when he goes to the G7 summit in Europe.
I feel kind of relieved that the war in Iran is going because it prevents them from going in on Cuba.
I want to be a good boy.
Perfect. Juju's. Rain. Kia ora. Welcome. Big Jerry. Kia ora. Welcome. What was I going to say? Septimus. Hello. Kia ora. I don't know, man. Cuba is experiencing so much pain at the moment. Cuba's experiencing so much pain at the moment. I don't know what's going to happen in Cuba, honestly. They are, yeah, they're Trump's targeting them, and it's bad. But let's see. I've been watching people being deported from the Dominican Republic. Do I want a lava cake? If you're gonna go get some, can I have some, please? Thank you, my love. Cake. I really need to lose weight, guys. But a lava cake? Holy shit. I'm gonna say yes to that every time. Dragonfly. Welcome. Kia ora. Morena. Good morning. Yeah, so I just hope America's so badly impacted by this that they can't start anymore. I want to be a good boy, yeah. Yo, if I'm a chud and all my friends are chads, is it over for me? Not necessarily, man. Not necessarily. If you're a chud, you have bigger problems than comparing yourselves to your friends, because you identify as a chud. What you should do is move out of your mother's basement or your grandmother's basement. You should go, like, see the world. Stop watching porn and get your hand off your dick. You know? Does that make sense? Okay. Anyway.
Well, certainly there are a lot of questions that we're asking right now, Kristen, of White House officials to get the exact details here. You laid it out, this so-called memorandum of understanding, and he said that it could be signed this week. And he also suggested it might be Vice President J.D. Vance that goes ahead and sign this because he can't be there, although he did say that the timing is very fluid. Of course, this weekend there's the UFC fight scheduled here at the White House. You may be able to hear the sound check behind me. That's underway right now. And then next week he does head to Europe for that G7 summit. But Kristen, taking a step back here, this has been just some incredible whiplash throughout the day. Earlier today, the president saying that he planned to hit Iran very hard once again tonight after there was that back and forth last night with the U.S. attacking and sending dozens of Tomahawk missiles into Iran retaliating. And then it was just a few hours ago, Kristen, that the president posted that he was canceling these strikes because of this so-called deal that he now calls a memorandum of understanding. And the news there that you referenced that he does.
This deal that Donald Trump calls the memorandum of understanding. No, bro. An MOU is a well-known term. An MOU is just a union agreement normally. Yeah, they don't have a. The fact that an MOU is being signed is such a massive win for Iran. Like, there is no way for Donald Trump to paint this as a victory at all.
Say that the Iranian Supreme Leader has agreed to this, although we don't have confirmation of that. The president also saying that many other countries have agreed to this in his initial post. But in terms of specifics here, the president saying that under no way, shape, or form that Iran will have a nuclear weapon. But he has been saying this now for quite some time, and it's unclear what has changed from Iran's point of view in the last few hours. The president trying to argue that it was the sheer military force by the United States pounding Iran that had caused them to agree to this memorandum of understanding. But details are scarce at this point, Chris.
Gabe, stand by for us. Let me head to Richard Engel. Richard, I understand that you have some new reaction from Prime Minister Netanyahu. What are you hearing?
Uh-oh. This is danger signs. Because this is Netanyahu with his back against the wall. Just keep watching this, folks. I don't think this is over by any means.
So Prime Minister Netanyahu has just moments ago put out a statement, their reaction to this announcement by President Trump. And I have it in front of me. I'll read it in 1 second. And our understanding is that, as you were just discussing, this is a two-phase deal, that there will be an initial signing potentially this weekend that would open the Strait of Hormuz, have some general language about a commitment not to have a nuclear weapon. And then there would be a detailed period of negotiations. Earlier, we'd been discussing maybe 60 days, maybe 90 days, but a couple of months. So with that in mind, this is what Prime Minister Netanyahu's office just put out. Said President Trump spoke this evening with Prime Minister Netanyahu about the memorandum of understanding being formed with Iran to enter into negotiations. So it's being described as a memorandum of understanding to enter into negotiations. Although Israel is not a party to the memorandum of understanding, the prime minister expressed his appreciation for President Trump's commitment that the final agreement at the end of the negotiations will include the removal of enriched material, dismantling of enrichment infrastructure, limiting...
Seems like the U.S. tried to escalate again and failed again. I think what Trump is doing here is trying to say that America bombed Iran, and that's why Iran accepted the deal. I think, but what Iran is saying is this deal hasn't changed for the last few weeks. So we don't know what the fuck they're signing. But once we understand the terms, it will be, it will be clear when this deal was actually, how much this deal has changed from a few weeks ago.
Missile production and ending Iran's support for its terrorist proxies in the region. Now, those are the demands that Prime Minister Netanyahu has had since the beginning of the conflict. He is saying that President Trump has given him a commitment that those demands will be met at the end of some...
I'm ethnically Jewish, and my family nickname is BB, so my boyfriend asked if it's like BB. Oh my gosh, Jules, I'm so sorry. I hope you're okay, by the way. I hope you're okay, and these right-wingers are making it hard for everybody, and I know they'll be making life hard for all ethnicities right now, so... I hope you're all good. I hope you're keeping well. Iran is not about to stop missile production, so they can get slaughtered. Yeah, exactly.
Final status negotiations.
Exactly, what do you think? What do you think about India's alignment in this war? If they had done the opposite, would have... India's gone down a really, really toxic path. India's gone down a really toxic path at the moment. The Hindu nationalism and the siding with Zionism and the militarization of Kashmir. It's all very Israel-esque. It's all very Israel-esque. It's bad. Just ethnically Muslim. Oh my gosh. Guys, don't be dicks. Please, not in my chat. Don't be dicks. Okay. Yeah, India's gone down Hindu nationalist line, and it's not good. It's not good. I think it's going to have generations. It's going to have long-term impact on the country.
After this memorandum of understanding is signed, if it is signed. President Trump hasn't publicly said that he is committed to these terms, but this is a way for Netanyahu to tell the Israeli people that his demands in this war are going to be met. But his demands do not necessarily overlap with President Trump's demands. We've heard President Trump say that he will sign a deal, he sets the terms, and Prime Minister Netanyahu will have to agree with it. One thing in particular in this statement from the Prime Minister's office.
Any opinion on what's going on in the Israeli prisons the children are in? No, I don't. Well, they should be released. They're hostages, and the world is doing nothing about it. So international law is fucking dead.
He talked about how he agreed with President Trump that the material would have to be removed from Iran. This is what he calls the highly enriched uranium, or the nuclear dust. He didn't say that in this press conference. He said it's so buried under mountains, we basically don't need to worry about it because of the B-52 attacks. He said that the entire infrastructure that Iran uses to produce nuclear weapons would be dismantled. President Trump didn't commit to.
Yeah, I don't really agree with this guy. I think, yeah, it's a bit weird.
That either. He was thin on details.
This is NBC, remember. This is NBC.
And then finally, this
mainstream.
One key issue, he said support for terrorist proxies, ending Iran's support for terrorist proxies. That's a veiled way of Israel talking about the war in Lebanon, where it is fighting against Hezbollah. And in the past,
I don't think India really cares, Septimus. What India's trying to do is trying to play all sides. India does not want to pick a side, and that is because of the history of the country. It's always been that way. But with Modi, the difference is the Hindu nationalism, the fascist Hindu nationalists, Hindutva, that have taken so much power. That's the unique nature of what Modi is doing to the country. And yeah, India has always been opportunistic.
New follower detected.
The D&D Andy, welcome. Isn't he in the files? Yeah, I think he was in the files, and then he wrote a tweet saying he didn't do anything. It's crazy. But the guy is toxic, and I think this is going to be quite a bad moment for that region. India also doesn't give a fuck because it has nukes. Modi doesn't care. You know, as long as India has nukes, no one's going to really attack it. You know, full-scale war against India is now off the table, just like it is with any other nuclear power, right? So I think, you know, India, Pakistan there pointing nukes at each other. That's going to be a region to watch. But I don't think things will escalate. I think once the world starts to become more equitable and people's situations in those regions change, I think people like Modi won't be able to prey on the impoverished people. It's usually the impoverished people who buy the Hindu nationalist shit. That's the problem. I mean, there's always the middle class people, etc. as well. I'm not saying it's only the poor people, but a large amount of poor people. Just like in Northern Ireland, you know, it's a bunch of poor white guys, white nationalists. They're all poor, but they believe that their problems are created by their problems have been created by immigrants. It's the same sort of brainwashing. It's sick.
Past the Iran's commitment to
I read good.
Not signing a deal unless there is a full peace deal in Lebanon has derailed this process. So even if there is this signing of a memorandum of understanding potentially this weekend, based on this statement right here, the phase after that to negotiate a final deal could be quite complicated.
Well, and let me follow up with you on that, Richard. Put this into broader context.
Jesus, I've never heard a bigger racist. All right, Snowflake. I think Asmongold is jerking off on Channel 12. Why don't you go back there? Hey, Marie, welcome. There are fash chuds in every nation for sure, and apparently in this chat as well.
For us, if you can, because basically this is an agreement to talk about the toughest issues. We all remember it took 2 years to negotiate the JCPOA under the former Obama administration, and there are a number of sticking points here. Just how complicated are those remaining sticking points, Richard?
Well, just look at the Strait of Hormuz as one of many examples. So President Trump said that as soon as this deal is signed, the Strait of Hormuz would be open. He said that it's been open, that the U.S. has secretly been removing oil and getting it to the markets and hiding it, but the Strait of Hormuz has not been open. If you look at it or talk to commercial shipping companies, there have been boats that have been stranded there.
Old playbook, pin the poor against the poor. Yeah, it is an old playbook, but there's been nothing. But the difference is the racial aspect, right? The race is such a potent weapon for the ruling class. But the reason why race is such a potent weapon is because, especially in the West, is white supremacy. You know, white people truly believe that they are Ubermensch. A lot of them. Well, a lot of the fascist ones, anyway. So it makes things hard. It's 600 years of this bullshit, you know?
Sailors have been killed by U.S. attacks, by Iranian drones. The Strait of Hormuz has been blocked. So if the Strait of Hormuz opens upon the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, President Trump says that the U.S. blockade of Iran, which is just off of the Strait of Hormuz, because we have two competing blockades here. You have the Iranian blockade trying to close the Strait of Hormuz to commercial traffic, and the American military blockade closing Iranian ports. He has said that
blame it on the small boat people. Who the fuck are they?
That blockade would stay in force until there is this final negotiated settlement. That means American warships stay very close to Iran. So it means that there could be an escalation, a flare-up, and we could see a resumption of hostilities. It's a possibility, but as long as you put military hardware off...
Bro, shut the fuck up with the migrants bullshit. You can't just keep having an economy that is literally built on colonization of Africa, Asia, etc. Fucking get all of your bullshit privilege and then blame the people you stole from. Stop shitting on these people. They have very little, and their situation is the way it is because of white supremacy, because of the UK, because of Europe, because of America. Bro, if you can't handle it, just shut the fuck up. Don't be a raging racist. Hey, Lava, welcome.
Of a country's coast.
Oh, it was sarcasm? Fuck, please say sarcasm at the end of it. I'm making a documentary about this. Sean, and I am seeing some of the most horrific shit. Over 1,000 people have drowned off their boats, being killed, murdered by Europe. Like, if it's, I didn't take that as sarcasm because I'm just like so close to this information right now. Yeah, just say like /S or something after, man. Like, I'm so close to this information right now that I'm just going to lose it if people talk shit about them. I just don't think it's fair for people to treat these people like they are. It's fucking insane. Hey, Shad Spoke,
while
welcome.
You're still negotiating, there is always that danger.
Yeah, why it is so challenging to unwind these conflicts. Richard Engel, thank you so very much. Please stay safe. We really appreciate your reporting. Courtney Cube, let me turn to you now. Gabe Gutierrez laid it out very well. This has been a day of whiplash. It started with President Trump with a very stern warning. In fact, I just want to remind people of what exactly he said, this threat to hit Iran hard tonight. Take a listen.
We just made a great settlement of the war with Iran, and we're going to be subject to finalization of documents, which should get done over the next few days. We'll probably have a signing maybe in Europe.
Why am I not joining Zateo UK, bro? I firstly, Mehdi wouldn't let me in because he blocked me on what am I saying? Like, Mehdi's considering me for fucking Zateo. Like, I have to humble myself, okay? Firstly, I will not even get a foot in because they have some incredible journalists. First of all, let me just say that. I'm just starting out. I don't consider myself a journalist either. Second, he blocked me on X because I went off at him because he was going off at people who were saying don't vote for Kamala because of the genocide. So I lost my shit at him and he blocked me. Hey, Valentina, salam. In Northern Ireland, the loyalists burned effigies of migrants in boats on their bonfire last year. Shit. Nothing like nature to get you reach out. Just finished a 22-kilometer coastal wall. 22 Ks? Oh my gosh. The same happens to Cuban migrants and South American refugees here in America. And we are the ones who sanctioned their nations and overthrew their governments and buy the drugs from cartels. All the things that's making them refugees. Exactly. But did he block you on LinkedIn? You still have a chance, Noisy. Not voting for Kamala is my single proudest vote. Good for you. I am proud of you, in fact.
And it's a great thing. Stock market's up 1,000 points. That means they like the deal. See, that means they like the market goes
Whales
down
and dolphins,
because they don't
nice.
like the deal. But it's been up. Oil's dropped. Oil will start coming down to, I think, even lower than it was before. Most importantly, we have a deal that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, which was the whole purpose of what we had to go through to get this. So it was a big, very big thing. But we have a signing soon, and the documents are in pretty final shape.
We dropped $250 million worth of bombs on them last night. You know, the whole thing is crazy. But they're really in submission. They just don't know it yet. Okay, to be honest with you, they just don't know it yet. And we are talking to them and all. But you know, look, my preference has always been take Cargill.
Will it be more bombing tonight?
Yeah, there will be more bombing tonight. It'll be a bigger, more powerful.
It's going to be bigger and more powerful, Court. And now here we are with the...
I presume this deal is just more BS, right? Yeah, it's a good default position to have. Whatever comes out of Donnie's mouth is bullshit. Is a great default position to have. The only other thing here is that Iranian media is reporting that it's positive. That's the only new thing here. Usually, Iran will come out with a statement and say it's not positive or nothing's happening. But this time, Iranian media said Iranian media has said that it's positive. So it's still you know, wishy-washy, guys. I'm not particularly sure what's going to happen. Mofo talks about bombing like it's a round of golf. Yeah. They should not trust us. The USA cannot be trusted ever. Yep.
President saying he does think a deal could be finalized, a memorandum of understanding by this weekend. What's been the reaction within the Pentagon to this whiplash?
So, I mean, it's not just us who are watching this and saying what's going to be the next move here. The military is in that same boat. And even when we talk about something like the blockade, the president, in one of his earlier social media postings...
Positive as in good for Iran? Yeah, positive as in the deal actually hasn't changed in weeks and Trump is just now saying that it's positive. So Iran saying that actually the deal hasn't changed for a while. It's just that America now is making positive signs. So who knows, man? Like Pujol, I have no clue exactly where this is at because everything's very hush-hush. But it seems positive for Iran as well. Don't forget that SpaceX IPO goes live like in 5.5 hours. Yeah, we're going to be talking about that a bit later. Imagine every single day talking about how you're going to kill people next. Insane, eh?
Said that the blockade would be removed subject to finalization of the document, something similar to what he just said there. So, but what is that? When would that be? Is that the memorandum of understanding that he just spoke about in the Oval Office that could, as he said, be signed in a matter of days? Or is this another deal? If, in fact, as Richard was just reporting, this is a memorandum to talk about negotiating over issues, does that mean the blockade could be in effect throughout the course of those negotiations? Why why that's so significant to the U.S. military is they still have a huge footprint there. Enforcing that blockade, 2 carrier strike groups, about 200 aircraft are associated with that. And you can see that even on just a normal day of enforcing the blockade and monitoring the region, we can have a potential catastrophe like the downing of that Apache helicopter from earlier this week. I mean, the 2 pilots.
Sean, almost. I think the U.S. doesn't have allies. The U.S. has subjects. And they're very different things, right? I don't think the U.S.'s subjects are particularly happy with their master. So it's just the overwhelming power that the U.S. possesses is the issue. If I were Iran, I'd wait until the middle of the market on Friday to either... Oh, damn. Oh, shit. It's the cake. Thank you, Mom. Yeah, that's nice. Okay. All right. I'm going to savor this one. I'd wait until Friday to either launch a ballistic missile. Hold on. Let me just read this. Ballistic missile straight at the helium facility, or announce that the deal is rejected and I'm withdrawing from talks for a month and we can talk more after the US runs out of oil. The thing about their leverage, Shadsport, is that it can be used at any time. That's the real leverage, is that leverage cannot be removed from their control. That's the real leverage. They can pull that trigger any time they want, and it will have the same effect every single time. Hey, not the one. The thing for Iran now is, as these gas pipelines are getting built to reroute oil in the UAE and Saudi Arabia, whenever this deal is signed, they need to quickly upgrade everything. They need to upgrade everything because once they've built those oil pipelines in other directions, they're going to attack Iran again. They have all the leverage. I'm surprised they haven't used it yet. Trump is so weak right now. I think he also said he loved inflation during that announcement. He did say that, Desiree. Mostly more stock manipulation by Trump. It was reported that someone, a rich friend of Trump, no doubt, invested $10 million before Trump said a deal was imminent and made $7 million in profit off of Trump's flip-flopping market manipulation. Fuck's sakes. Is Israel one of the United States subjects? Israel and the United States are... I wouldn't call Israel a subject. I would call Israel a colony. Like, I'm talking about Europe here when I say subjects, because it's ironic, you know, because Europe thought that it had subjugated the whole world and now ended up becoming the slaves. It's fucking poetic.
The 2 crew members both survived that, but that could have had a very different outcome and much bigger strategic implications, and that's the big question here. If, in fact, the militaries continue to operate these competing blockades, that's the Iranian military and the IRGC, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, essentially competing with a blockade on the other side of the strait with the United States military, if they keep operating in this close proximity, will we just continue to have more and more close calls that could ultimately have a larger strategic impact on these ongoing negotiations, or potentially the next level of negotiations here? So meanwhile, the U.S. military in some ways is caught in the middle of it, because they're carrying out their orders to enforce this blockade, to, as President Trump has been talking about, to continue to coordinate with a very small number of ships that are moving through the Strait of Hormuz and have been for the last month or so. He likes to call this a secret plan, but it's actually been reported publicly that the U.S. military was coordinating with these ships. And again, it's a small number. It's about 200 over the course of the last 5 weeks or so that have moved in or out of the Strait of Hormuz. That mission still comes with peril. As we have seen, Iran is launching off drones. One thing that's not clear here is, does this memorandum of understanding include an agreement from Iran to no longer provoke or escalate in any way their actions in the Strait of Hormuz? Will they stop launching drones and fast boats and even some surface-to-air missiles in the Strait of Hormuz so that truly shipping can move through without any real peril? That's one thing we don't know. And the nuclear question still really remains uncertain here. President Trump was asked about that just now, and instead he repeated the same thing that we have heard from him in some of his administration officials,
Saber.
that
Welcome.
Iran will not have a...
Oh, yeah. We're caught in the middle and not the innocent Iranian civilians. Sarcasm. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, the ECB also raised interest rates. We're going to be talking about that in a bit. Oh man, this is just such an insane time. I have hope. I have sadness. I have a heart that has broken like 1,000,000 times over the last 3 years. I have so many conflicting feelings about everything that's going on. I just can't do anything but hope, you know? It's hopeful that evil is being held to account. And I just, for once, I feel a sense of like, okay, we're starting to reach the top of this cliff. We're starting to reach the top of this cliff. But again, you know, it's a long battle. They'll reload. Focusing on improving my mental health has been a great help. Keeping me useful. Yeah, it's massive, isn't it? Elon Musk forced NASDAQ to add SpaceX to their basket earlier than their rules previously allowed. They changed all the rules. Oh, yeah, for the IPO. Yo, Jimny, welcome. Elon is projected to become the first trillionaire. What an asshole. Senate passed Section 622 of the Intelligence Authorization Act to expand intelligence sharing with Israel. Beautiful. Congratulations, America. You just suck even more now. Trump also implied he's been stealing oil in the Middle East, middle of the night. Yeah, 200 boats. He let out 200 boats in a month. When actually, monthly, it was 2,000 boats per month. All of that bullshit. Like, think about what he did there, okay? This boat operation that Trump did. He's got billions of dollars of equipment just sort of parked in the Persian Gulf region, right? He's blocking the Strait of Hormuz with his thing, with his fleet. That fleet costs roughly, I think it's like something like $2 or $4 million a day, according to Brown University study, a day to maintain. Okay, he spent about 30 to 60 days with that fleet in the water, and he let out 200 fucking boats. Do you know how much oil is going to be on those 200 boats? He said they've let out like 100 million barrels, right? So 200 million, 100 million, is it 100 million barrels? Yeah, 100 million barrels. Like, and all that money is not going to go to America. He's probably spent more money keeping his navy there and letting the measly 200 boats through when it's like 10 times less than what normally goes through. For what gain? I think he's under so much pressure. I think he's under so much pressure, and now with Europe, the European Central Bank increasing interest rates, raising interest rates, I think it's getting worse. Trump hasn't golfed in nearly 3 weeks, longest gap this term. Yeah, that's such an insane indicator, right? Trump hasn't golfed in 3 weeks, folks.
Nuclear weapon, but he doesn't say exactly how they are going to ensure that that is the case, Kristen.
And Court, as you and I know, because we've been covering this for years, that's, of course, the thorniest issue. All right, Courtney Kube, thank you so very much for listening along and your reporting and reaction. Let me turn now to Brian Chung. So,
hey,
Brian,
Souls.
Markets closed
Welcome.
just moments ago, reacting quite strongly.
It's been a good
to the
day,
news
thank
of a
you.
Potential announcement. Talk to us about what we're seeing in the markets, whiplash as well in the markets, right, Brian?
Yeah, Kristen, you can see there that the Dow Jones ended the day almost 1,000 points up. That's almost 2% up. It looked like we were going to continue the spill of red days this week. Obviously, the developments around the war with Iran has flipped that around. And you heard the president, who often uses the stock market as a metric system, as a kind of a measuring stick, if you will, over his policies, pointing to the fact that the markets were up as substantially as they were today. This is obviously part of the overall theme that we've been covering since the beginning of this war, which is that when there is some light at the end of the tunnel, or appears to be light at the end of the tunnel on this conflict, you see investors react positively. That was certainly the case today. And you do have to remember that this is within the context of a week where we got some pretty bad economic numbers on inflation. Perhaps maybe this was one way that the president wanted to try to flip markets into the green after announcing on Truth Social about 2.5 hours before the market end that there was going to be this cancellation of the strikes later on this evening. So when you talk about what's going on here with the economy, of course, affordability does remain a big thorn in the side of this administration, and higher gas prices, which are averaging $4.12 a gallon nationally today, certainly not helping, even though that is about 40 cents lower than it was about a month ago. That is a big reason why you see numbers like the Producer Price Index. This is the amount of inflation that the retailers that we buy from experience. So again, this is not the inflation that we at a consumer level face. It's the retailer facing it. But that rising by 6.5% year over year in May. Kristen, you would have to go back to November 2022 to see a number that high.
Invisible
and again,
String.
2022 was around peak inflation during the Biden years, certainly context that the Trump administration does not want to be compared to.
I appreciate that.
All right. Brian Chung, as always, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate it.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated.
Yeah, so that's where the day's at, guys. That's where the day's at. I want to now walk through the repercussions of this, and the fringe issues around this ceasefire, all this ceasefire talk. This is a really important one around what's with America stuck in this war. Metals drop on renewed Middle East tensions. U.S. rate outlook. I thought this was a really good discussion. Key military mineral stores depleted by Iran war, says U.S. mining heads. Let me read that one more time. To you. Key military mineral stores depleted by Iran war, says U.S. mining heads. This is such an important thing to understand, because those minerals that they're after, a lot of the rare earth minerals and lithium, etc., a lot of that China has control of the supply chains. So they're going to be asking China for help while shitting on China. So this is a tough moment for America.
You were both back with us in February. It was the day that you two announced this plan to construct and operate a hydromet processing facility in Idaho. I know this stuff doesn't move at the speed of software.
Yeah.
Can you give us an update on how that plan is going?
Yeah, so since then we've done a lot of work. We're doing a lot of the engineering work. Gary and I actually traveled to Bolivia together to go look at one completely operational plant, which was extremely useful for our team, his team as well. We're able to look at the best practices they're doing, and we're going to be deploying a lot of those best practices in the engineering work we're submitting for our own plan. So our intent is still follow through with this JV, have a fully domesticated line of antimony production here in the very near future that will last decades to come. And this isn't a flash in a pan where you go, this is going to be around for a couple quarters. Our intent is to have this new facility, state-of-the-art facility, that will be there for 4 or 5 decades at least, minimum. So this is a big change here for the U.S., and we absolutely need this antimony. It's so desperately needed and required.
Gary, you know about this, right? You guys have the only North America antimony processing facilities, right? It's out in Montana. Tell us about what's going on here. And I am curious that since we've had President Trump really focus on critical minerals, rare earths, and so on and so forth, I mean, is the momentum continuing? Is the demand, tell us what's happening, because it feels like we talked about this nonstop.
You're doing better? Oh, that's good, Auntie Wash. Thank you for sharing that. I know you've been going through it. But it's good to see you.
For a long time. And now it feels like we moved on to AI and some different things. Where are we?
Well,
Salam,
obviously,
Zarina.
with
Welcome.
watching the Iranian situation, we're using up our military goods quite quickly.
Is that tapping supplies?
That's happening. So as the only antimony supplier to the U.S. government, we're a sole source contract, a $240 million contract. We see the purchase orders, and we're delivering now to the government. Just started in May, and our year revenues will be a hockey stick, because we just announced 2 days ago our new smelter in Thompson Falls, which the government helped fund. Right. $27 million worth is about a $40 million facility. That we started firing up furnaces in May. We have 5 running now. We'll have full capacity by the end of the month.
Which will be 9 furnaces?
9 furnaces, correct. And so we have an existing plant already, and now we have the new plant. We decided to not refurbish the old plant because we want to get as much production as possible. So we see the demand from the government, and we're trying to ramp up as quickly.
Have you gotten that $27 million fully?
Of that 27, we've received 12. There's milestones. Like every time these furnaces, that's a milestone. So we'll get the rest of it by the end of the year.
Why is it so hard to get a furnace fired up?
These are not off-the-shelf furnaces. We had to custom make them. And so there's parts, everything.
Bro, China's like mass producing this shit. They have a university where all the kids at the universities are learning is mining and treatment of metals, and the whole process of turning dirt into valuable metals and how to turn them into end products. Literally, China has a university program, universities dedicated to creating like a mining workforce. Okay. And, you are a material science engineer? Nice shot, Spork. Good on you. And they thought about this problem a long time ago. Whereas America right now is still fucking firing up furnaces. Okay? That's where America's at. Who's the advanced economy here? Let's be real. Who's the advanced economy? Hey, Decrepit and Thin, welcome. He has a little bit of Alex Jones in him. Yeah.
There's this didn't work, this valve didn't work. So you're testing them over about a 3-day period.
Okay.
I guess what I'm wondering, though, in general, and Paul, I want you to come back in here. I mean, like I said, there has been so much focus. We were often going to the White House, the Oval Office, for the president to talk about how important it was. He went to China, talked to President Xi. Is there anything that has come out and changed since we last talked that has showed, still a priority? There's a lot going on behind the scenes that maybe we're not daily reporting on like we used to, but it's happening.
Yeah, there's certainly, even I can see the difference in reporting, no doubt about it. However, behind the scenes, it feels like a duck on water, right? The duck is real calm, but the feet are going 100 miles underneath the water. You think about our own JV, we have been working nonstop since the day we announced it. We announced that was that week we announced it, the day we were here on live.
Right.
So since that day, we've had a crew of around 8 people working nonstop, making sure we get this engineering. So there's certainly no lack of aggressiveness on our part, without doubt. There's like you hear Gary, the purchase orders are coming in. Like I hear him and I speak to.
Look at this guy's face. Okay. This guy is not going to strike confidence in anybody. The purchase orders are coming in. Yeah, I mean, people can read bullshit, right? Please tell me people can read bullshit. The purchase orders are coming in. We're firing up. There's $27 million. Bro, these guys don't have the scale. Who the fuck are they going to get? MAGA? Fucking Cletus? They're going to get Cletus to fucking work on metallurgy? What are these guys going to do? They don't got the scale, bro. The fucking Cletus in the mines? This ain't the same shit, dog.
Do them every week. It's like, oh, Paul, we've got to get this thing up and going. You know, we need the supply. We got to be able to feed into this thing. There's a lot, and it's the antimony is obviously critical. But you think about the silver. You talk about these. We were talking earlier about these IPOs that are coming up.
Yeah.
My God, some of the biggest $1 trillion IPOs we've ever seen in our lifetime since the railroads began at the turn of the century here. These are
biggest IPOs we've seen, since the transatlantic slave trade, like, we got those blacks into America and we whipped them, and oh my gosh, that became $1 trillion industry. The amount we took from those people, god damn, imagine, the Native Americans. We goddamn took so much from those goddamn people, man. You IPO that shit today, that's trillions. Fuck SpaceX. Oh shit, I forgot to take the thing off the screen. Literally for 2 minutes. Folks, please let me know if I'm sharing the screen. Because it just restricted my live. It's okay. Yeah, it's like, goddamn, $1 trillion. Those damn IPOs, back then we used to build them goddamn railroads. Folks, we build them railroads, folks. $1 trillion. You know who built those goddamn railroads? The blacks. They built them. God damn it. There ain't been an IPO since the slave trade. My Uncle Gus, he used to make moonshine. He used to make some of the best goddamn moonshine. I wish he'd IPO'd that moonshine, God dang moonshine, folks. If my granddaddy, Gus, had IPO'd his goddamn moonshine, it would have been bigger than goddamn SpaceX. Goddamn Elon. He ain't got nothing on my grandpappy.
Massive IPOs. What do you think is going to power these things? The steel was the industrial revolution. Silver is going to be this new power revolution. There's no doubt silver is going to be required for the transformation we're going to need for all these AIs.
Well, Paul, then why is silver down?
Oh my God! We're gonna need silver for all these goddamn AIs. Look at all them AIs over there. We got what? 1, 2, 3, 5 AIs. We're going to need silver for the goddamn AIs, folks. Oh, my gosh. These fucking people don't know what they're talking about. Listen to this guy calling it AIs.
Transformation we're going to need for all these AIs.
Well, Paul, then why is silver down 45% from January?
That's a good question. If I knew that one, man, I'd be a lot richer than I am today, no doubt. I can't answer that, but I can.
Did you hear that? If I knew that, I'd be a lot richer than I am today. This guy, bro. What the fuck is up with this dude?
Say this. Silver has, in my opinion, there's no doubt, everybody I've spoken to, every expert, every technical analyst, silver's found its bottom for sure, right? We've seen some silver price above 100. Silver's in its first innings here. Silver's still at a massive price, Tim. You think about it. We're still very, very short on demand year after year after year, 5 years in a row, short on demand.
Would you say the same for gold? Down 25% from those highs at the end of January.
Very different.
When you were on with us in February, gold was a different.
Right.
It was 20% higher than it is now.
It was. Yeah. Look, I've been a gold miner my whole life. I'm currently a silver. I know we're called America's Gold and Silver, but we're predominantly.
And you were talking about.
God dang, folks. I used to mine them gold in the mines. I used to take Cletus. I used to take Cletus and his cousin. And all Cletus was doing was fucking his cousin in the mines. He just couldn't get his goddamn hands of his cousin. Hey, Cletus! Get your dick of your cousin, Cletus! Stop touching your goddamn cousin! God damn it! Cletus! I was like mining and shit. I was mining the gold. And I just couldn't take it no more. So I had to stop mining silver. Now Cletus trying to get in my silver mines and touch his other cousin. God damn it, Cletus just won't leave his fucking cousins.
About all the gold that you were sitting on.
Yeah, when we don't. For America's Gold and Silver doesn't have a lot of gold. Just to refresh you, it's more silver.
Right.
We have silver, copper.
I didn't suspend gifts, Michelle. I've just been.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. You understand that?
It's been restricted by
Antimony,
TikTok.
and lead. All critical elements, the critical metals that we need in the industry. Gold, gold's far from done shining. People are trying to reposition everybody is trying to get into these new IPOs. You hear of funds. I've got funds that have been long-term shareholders for more than 10 years into us that are saying, we're repositioning, we're trying to get into these new AI, into this stuff. So it's not uncommon to see people having redemptions, going in and then buying something into this AI world.
Carol, you brought a great point about the government and where the government kind of stands on funding. Our company has today $245 million of government grant requests in, from antimony to hydromet to tungsten. Mm-hmm. And our joint venture has a $75 million government grant request in.
Request.
These are requests, and these are grant requests where they basically, just like we got the $27 million, they're grant requests. We're still dealing with a bureaucracy. It moves slow. Deadlines were given to us in January by the Department of Energy. Were missed in April, in May, in June.
Why is that happening?
Good question.
If it's such a priority,
Good question.
Can you pick up the phone and talk to the president or his team?
Well,
hey, Nash.
We have on our board General Jack Keane, who you know, and he has definitely helped us in the past. I tried to not use that a lot.
Yeah.
To me, it's kind of the last resort. But we're getting ready to have to shake the trees. And what he does, he goes and sees the Secretary of War. He goes and see the head of the Pentagon, and they.
You know, Linda, I tell you what, it all started changing when we started putting them browns and blacks into offices. We should have just kept them browns and blacks on the goddamn cotton fields. I tell you what, it all started changing back then. I still got my whip. I still got my daddy's whip. I still got that goddamn whip. But I can't use it. That's what changed, you know? We lost. We lost our mojo. Yeah, damn it.
I go, well, why hasn't this been approved? And the trees get shaken.
Right.
So it's the government has a lot of third-party contractors that are slow.
Well, I guess what I would just to follow is it's still a national priority. We've heard from the administration that it was about national security, right? You know, we've been talking a lot about energy security, and the U.S. is in a much better place than it was decades ago, but we see other countries struggling with that. But again, going back to national security, whatever you need, whether it's oil, whether it's critical minerals, supply chains, drugs, whatever it is,
we just don't got them blacks and browns no more. What we gonna do? Our labor force has been taken away from us. Without those goddamn slaves, what we gonna do, folks? You tell me, Jill. My grandpappy, he had it right. Gus. God damn it. We just need to get him back in them fields. Jill.
Is it still, though, when it comes to rare earths or critical minerals?
I have
a
no
priority?
doubt it's still a high priority. It's just we're dealing with government bureaucracy. That's the only thing that I
I
can
thought we
see.
got rid of bureaucracy. I thought Elon took care of that.
Yeah, well, not exactly. Not exactly.
It's not moving as quickly as people would want. There's no doubt
But it
about
prevents you guys from doing things, right?
It absolutely slows us down.
It slows us
Absolutely.
down.
I mean, the whole purpose of these grants are to speed things up.
Right.
And so we're waiting 6 months to a year for a grant that we've applied for that makes perfect sense, and still it's going through the wheels of motion.
It's gone through the wheels of motion. The wheels of motion. You see, my grandpappy, he loved us whites. He would never have let those browns and blacks in our offices today. Never. He was a great patriot, my grandpappy. My grandpappy, on the cotton fields, he was a monster.
New follower detected.
Wendy's 444, thank you for the follow. God damn it. He drank his moonshine. Whipped some browns and blacks. Went to bed every night. Just happy as Larry. Oh, should I say happy as Gus? You know what I'm saying? He was a good man, that Gus. He's a good man.
I want to be a good boy.
The biggest one is that you think about Project Vault. We were both so excited about when you hear this reserve for critical metals. Your Project Vault's $12 billion. That's got to get deployed. Similar to we have oil and gas reserves. We're going to have this new Project Vault. That seems to be moving at a pace that's a little different than when it first came out.
Right.
We were all excited. We're like, okay, well,
Your mood
how do
is
we tap
different.
into this thing?
You,
How do we
you could
tap
feel
into
it a little bit. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the government, federal government side of things is one part of this, but when you're actually in these communities and in different areas, there's also local challenges when it comes to the way people think environmentally about mining, the way they think about extraction.
Yeah.
Gonna keep doing it until I get called a racist against whites.
We ran into that in Alaska. We've had environmental groups with opposition. We've done a media campaign. We do meetings. We've hired lobbyists. We've hired PR firms. We do television commercials to try to educate, because the problem is the people that are negative on mining are looking at the old school, the old miners from 20, 30 years ago.
So what are they getting wrong?
What are they getting?
They're looking at old school, folks. Old school. The miners from 120 years ago. God damn it. They just whipped those blacks and browns into shape. They just whipped them blacks and browns into shape. Now blacks and browns in offices. Shit. God damn it. In offices and shit. On chairs? Why the fuck these blacks and browns got chairs? You tell me, Jill. You goddamn tell me, Jill.
Wrong is we're completely a new animal today. We take environment very, very seriously. We do things that other miners never would do, and we reclaim land sometimes the same month that we dig it up. I mean, it's not like 5 years from now. We do it in the same month. So
we paid these people fuck all, Jill. We paid them nothing. We paid them $2 a year. Now we got to pay them.
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Now we got to pay them what? 20, 30% of the whites? The fuck we thinking, Jill? The fuck we thinking? How the fuck we paying these people 20-30% of the whites, they blacks and browns, Jill. They don't belong in no office.
New follower detected.
Hey, Comrade Crocodile, welcome. They don't belong in no office, Jill. We gotta get them back picking the goddamn cotton. I'm telling you, Jill, get that sugar cane back in, working. We can't pay full price for blacks and browns. Meaning 20-30% of the whites. We can't do that, Jill. Our industry's dying, Jill.
It means what? That you
It means that we
replanted
leave that footprint where you can't tell we were there.
When we reclaim things many times today, they're even better than what we started with.
That's right.
But I do want to talk about state level because you're not wrong. But it's not the same in every state. You go to Nevada, you go to Idaho. I'm in Idaho. We're welcomed in Idaho. It's very, very different. There's NGOs and that, but we have such a community. I've got 300 miners who work in day in, day out. I've got another 100. Since we've been on this show, I have
300 miners. I even got some blacks and browns mining for me. I mean, 30% of what the white miners get. It's too much, Jill. It's too dang much. 30%? God damn it.
Another 100 miners at Crescent. That's another 100 from the time I was here. And there is such an overwhelming amount of support from that industry. I've got hotel owners. I've got people who run car rentals business go, thank God the mine is back on. This mine has been dead for 20 years. Thank God you guys are spending money. My hotels fill, my restaurants fill. I had somebody walk up to me because I'm CEO, was so happy to buy me dinner. I said, look, I don't want you to buy me dinner. I want to buy it, actually, and we're glad we're here. And thank you for supporting the mine. So Alaska is different. Idaho, I can say, look, you're not going to find a better state. It's a good place to be mining, and we're fully permitted at USAS. At America's Gold and Silver. That was one of the big advantages me and Gary had. When we
in Idaho, we just got a whole bunch of dumbasses. And what we can do is just walk in there, steal their fucking minerals, and tell them that they're getting paid. Jill. They have no fucking idea, Joe. Give them a little bit of moonshine and they're all okay.
Him and I met. We had one tremendous advantage. We can move fast. We're both aggressive. We can get this thing done in this term limit of time frame.
Dope Sticks like, bro, we've still got 5 minutes of this video. No. We've got another hour of this video minimum.
And I'm fully permitted. We're fully permitted.
I'm squeezing every drop out of this one.
And let me say something.
Yeah, please.
When we're done with this facility and with what we produce today, our combined companies will represent 50% of the U.S. demand for antimony.
That's big.
And this country was only getting it from China 2 years ago. Only.
And that's for a long...
We're just getting them from the goddamn Chinese. The yellows. The yellow skins. God damn it. We getting them from the goddamn yellow skins, Jill. Guess what? We getting them blacks and browns back in to those goddamn mines, Jill. We're doing it. How dare we get them from these yellows? Jill.
Time here. Remember, not a flash in the pan. This isn't a 100-meter dash.
Every time you guys say something, there's a million questions that come to mind. Well, and what's China doing right now? They're still moving.
China is now an importer. China used to be an exporter. They had the largest mine in the world called the Twinkle Star. Been around 120 years. Depleted in June of 24. When they put their embargo in September 24. Yeah. We compete with them every day when we buy antimony from the countries like Chad and Bolivia and Australia and Peru. And they're out there paying more money that we're willing to pay, and they import it to China, and nothing comes back. They're using it themselves.
Look, we're in a unique position to actually really take advantage of that American-made brand. We really are.
When we know we're going to succeed, Joe, when we take it all the way back to oppressing the Redskins. Now that is old school, when we're oppressing the Redskins. Old school. We want to go all the way back, Jill. We don't want to pay them shit. They talk back to us, we shoot them. All of them. Give me a high five.
From anything, your cell phones, solar stuff, electric vehicles, we could be domestically producing silver, copper, antimony right in Idaho together as a group and providing it to Americans. That's a big change. That hasn't happened in that area for a very, very long time.
So I don't know if you guys have noticed, but we have some midterms coming up in November.
Yeah.
So, without being political, but it's kind of how we...
Hey guys, we got one. We got a chud. We got a chud. Look. Pucks 2K. We got a chud.
Kicked off our show at 2:00 Wall Street time, and we talked a little bit about some of the primary races.
We got one.
Is the clock ticking to some extent? If you say that you've got these requests out there, but it's not happening, is there a little bit of a clock ticking for you guys?
Well,
Gary?
I mean, there's no question we saw a change within the administration from the Biden to the Trump. But I'll tell you, during the presidential Biden era, he implemented some things that help our industry. So I truly think it's more of a bipartisan situation. No question, though, that Trump has lit a fire. Trump has gone overboard in trying to get as much capital as possible to rejuvenate this industry. I think that will continue. I don't think it'll just all of a sudden if you have a Democratic president, it's going to change things.
Gary, I would imagine that the reporting around the U.S. magazine depth has also gotten people on board with the idea of making sure that, weapons here in the U.S. are
Trump's going to sanction this guy for complimenting Biden. Yeah.
Back to levels that they were before the war, at least sometime soon.
Well, the Department of War has represented to me that they have the lowest amount of inventory of antimony since World War II. And you can see what we've been doing with Venezuela and now Iran, and we got Ukraine, we got Israel. I mean, it's a big deal. And it's not just the United States. It's the NATO countries. It's Australia. Right. I mean, it's a worldwide problem.
Look,
it's fixable. We can fix it.
Right.
And that's what we're trying to do.
Right.
Did he say Israel? Did he say Israel? Bro, this guy's getting sanctioned like tomorrow. Hold on.
From the Biden to the Trump. But I'll tell you, during the presidential Biden era, he implemented some things that help our industry. So I truly think it's more of a bipartisan situation. No question, though, that Trump has lit a fire. Trump has gone overboard in trying to get as much capital as possible to rejuvenate this industry. I think that will continue. I don't think it'll just all of a sudden if you have a Democratic president, it's going to change things.
Gary, I would imagine that the reporting around the U.S. magazine depth has also gotten people on board with the idea of making sure that, weapons here in the U.S. are back to levels that they were before the war, at least sometime soon.
Well, the Department of War has represented to me that they have the lowest amount of inventory of antimony since World War II.
Oh, shit. Oh! The lowest amount of antimony since World War II?
Globalized intifada.
And you can see what we've been doing with Venezuela and now Iran, and we got Ukraine, we got Israel. I mean, it's a big deal. And it's not just the United States. It's the NATO countries. It's Australia. Right. I mean, it's a worldwide problem.
Look,
it's fixable. We can fix it.
Right.
And that's what we're trying to do.
We can fix it, Jill. We can goddamn fix it. We just need those blacks and browns and maybe some redskins, maybe some yellows. We need them back on the farms and in the mines. We can't pay them. We got to put them back in shackles. And we got to get the antimony.
There's no doubt we can't rely on everyone else to meet our needs. We have to be self-sufficient in the U.S., and we're in the right process of getting that done. Even when the moment I went in the White House, and Gary's got a lot more experience in the White House than I do. I am a true blue miner. But the one thing I heard very resonating was not only do we need 53 million pounds of antimony per year as a country, the U.S. alone, but we have to think about our allies. We can't ignore our allies. So when you think about munitions, ammunition, fire retardant, one of the biggest things for antimony.
Whoa, he dropped the R-bomb.
Is fire retardant. Do you think the fires in some of the states, like let's use California, are going to reduce next year? How often do we report those fires? Do we report them getting smaller, or we report them getting bigger? Well, by God, we need antimony for that. You don't have antimony for it. It's the biggest use. It's fire retardant. I'm producing it with him right now, today.
Listen,
So
we talked climate. We talked
get it
climate
going.
just before you guys, and what's possibly coming our way in terms of extreme flooding and also dry patches, like in a big way, and fires.
What? The antimony is so critical to this stuff. We talk about the war stuff and everything, and it's real. It's real, depleting that. But when I think about fires, I'm in Nevada, and they come so close every year, year after year. I'm like, my God, we need to make sure we have the supply of antimony on hand.
That doesn't... Did that guy... Oh, no. Okay. I want to get this... Yeah, I'll stop taking the piss. I think I'm pissing off a few chuds. They'll come in the chat and they'll start fucking things up. Okay. Let's not bring chuds here. Hold up 1 second. Monetary policy. Where the fuck? Yo. Hold on. ECB. I need to get this video. I don't know where Okay, the next thing we're going to talk about, guys, is the ECB's rate rise. Steve-O! What up, dog? What up, my dude? Steve-O! Habibi.
Good afternoon. Welcome to our press conference. I'm joined on stage by President Lagarde.
Vilmoriga, hello.
And Vice President Vucic. My name is Wolfgang Preußel. I also welcome the journalists who are following us online. If they ask a question, I would ask them to turn on their cameras and put on their microphones. And with that, I would like to hand over to President Lagarde, please.
Hey, did you guys see this Gwyneth Paltrow thing? Selling the Israeli homes and stuff? The sale of Palestinian land? Gwyneth Paltrow is like leading it? What an absolute... what is she doing? Oh, Gwyneth Paltrow. It's nice that they're all coming out, isn't it? It's nice that they're all coming out and doing this shit. It's so gross, bro. Oh, my gosh. Gwyneth. Disgusting.
Well, thank you very much, Wolfgang, and good afternoon.
Okay, guys. Pucker up, because this is about to get quite real. Listen to this. This is so important.
To all of you, the Vice President, our new Vice President, and I welcome you to our press conference. The Governing Council is committed to setting monetary policy to ensure that inflation stabilizes at our 2% target in the medium term. In line with this commitment, we today decided to raise the 3 key ECB interest rates by 25 basis points.
Woo!
Globalized intifada.
Oh my gosh!
Fool me once. Shame on you. It fooled me. We can't get fooled.
Lady, you better prepare. you better prepare to caress Xi's nuts. I was looking for the right word.
The war in the Middle East is generating inflation pressures, and the decision to raise rates is robust
0.25%,
across a range of scenarios, mapping out how the shock might evolve and affect.
What does that mean? It means that the EU is going through inflation. There's inflation in the EU, and by raising interest rates, they're trying to control inflation. But there's some analysis around this we'll go through one by one.
The medium-term outlook for the euro area. In the baseline of the new Eurosystem staff projections, headline inflation is expected to average 3% in 26, 2.3% in 27, and 2% in 28. For inflation, excluding energy and food, the baseline foresees an average of 2.5% in 26 and 27, and 2.2% in 28. Compared with March, staff have revised up their baseline projection for inflation in 26 and 27.
Hey, Shelley.
Owing to a higher path for energy prices, which to some extent...
Is this Ursula? Nah, this is Christine Lagarde? Lagarde or Lagarde? I don't know how to say her last name. Christine. She is the president of the ECB, European Central Bank.
Is expected to feed into food, goods, and services inflation. The baseline sees economic growth at an average of 0.8% in 26, 1.2% in 27, and 1.5% in 28.
The empire's growth is slowing. Oh, it is so good to see. It's so good to see. Let it burn.
This is a downward revision for 26 and 27,
yes!
reflecting a more pronounced impact of the war on commodity markets, real incomes, and also confidence. The outlook remains uncertain, with upside risks for inflation and downside risks for economic growth. The full implication of the war for medium-term inflation and growth will depend on the intensity and duration of the energy price shock.
Guys, the one thing is, this is not an equitable outcome. Such is power, right? Because yes, the EU is, gets hit a little bit. This is not a massive hit to their economy, but it'll still impact the global south negatively because of this, because the EU is going to start protecting itself more. It's going to start closing off its borders more. It's going to become. So in the short term, it'll have a negative impact on equitability, but in the long term, it will have a positive impact.
As well as the scale of its indirect and second-round effects. This uncertainty is also reflected in the broad range of outcomes for inflation and growth in the updated illustrative scenarios put together by Eurosystem staff. These will be published with the staff projections on our website. With today's decision, we remain well-positioned to navigate
the reason why Spain is doing well is because of its tourism industry and because it has invested a lot in renewable energy. It's the least dependent country on oil and gas. It has set itself up for success. Call that leftist or whatever. I just think, yeah. Spain's tourism economy is just insane. And also, Spain is I would say, one of the most friendly countries for immigration as well. it's kind of crazy. In Europe, they're all becoming very defensive. It also doesn't have a reactionary right-wing government. Yeah, I guess. I guess that's there. I don't buy that it is. Spain has been like this for a while. It's not just because of this left-wing guy, or he considers himself left-wing. I think he's. Yeah. Compared to America, anything seems left-wing, right?
The uncertainty caused by the war, we will close.
Decrepit and thin. The more I go into this, it just feels like what Spain, Ireland, and other European countries like Norway, etc., recognizing Palestine, UK, France. It all just seems like controlled opposition until the EU sanctions Israel, like truly sanctions Israel, not like some settler company. It's all very symbolic, and it isn't actually helping the Palestinian people. So half of Spain's government is companies, and even our energy is privatized. Yeah, exactly. Like, the leftist thing in Spain, I think is overblown. I think it's quite neoliberal in the way it operates.
Closely monitor the situation and follow a data-dependent and meeting-by-meeting approach to determining the appropriate monetary policy stance. In particular, our interest rate decisions will be based on our assessment of inflation outlook.
By the way, the Pope just went to Spain. I can't remember which island he went to, but most amount of deaths in the Mediterranean Sea, the drownings, happen while on their way to Spain, to that island. So, man, for everything good you can say about Spain, there's still a lot of bad shit. I don't think it's Spain is particularly geared towards, an equitable world for all, really. I think Spain is controlled opposition.
And the risks surrounding it, in light of the incoming economic and financial data, as well as the dynamics of underlying inflation and the strength of monetary policy transmission. We are not pre-committing
to
a particular rate path.
I
The
can't
decision
remember which island.
taken today
It was
are
very
set
recently.
out in a press release available on our website. So I will now outline in more detail how we see the economy and inflation developing, and will then explain our assessment of financial and monetary conditions. Let me first look at the economic activity.
So I am working on that documentary right now, like a short documentary, a short story, you can say, on migrant travel through in the Mediterranean and the border system, the European border system, the fact that Europe is collaborating with the likes of Libya, Tunisia, in order to enforce violence on these refugees fleeing war and poverty, etc. So I'm gonna bust my ass this weekend. Hopefully on Monday we can do like a launch of that short documentary. Hopefully on Monday, if not Tuesday. But guys, we need to talk more about these things. Migration is the largest crisis we're about to face. Migration issues, largest human catastrophe waiting to happen. It's already happening, but it's going to get worse and worse. And with Europe's economy, starting to shrink, it's going to get worse. So many people are going to die. So many. We have not seen death like this yet. It's going to be immense.
Adjusting for a temporary factor in Ireland, the euro area economy grew in the first quarter, supported by domestic demand and exports. Yet the war in the Middle East is weighing on activity, and surveys are pointing to a slowdown, especially in services. Manufacturing has held up so far. In part, this is because firms have been building up stocks to cope with supply chain pressures. It also reflects higher defense spending. The labor market remains resilient. Unemployment at 6.3% in April remains close to historical lows. The first quarter saw additional jobs being created, although at a slower pace than in the last quarter in 2025. Labor demand has cooled further, and firms and households expect the labor market to weaken. Looking ahead, staff now expect domestic demand to be weaker than they projected in March as the war weighs on confidence and higher energy costs erode real incomes. At the same time, household balance sheets are solid overall, and consumption should remain the main driver of growth. Higher energy costs and lower confidence will dent private investment in the short run, but it should be underpinned by firms investing in new digital technologies. Government spending more on defense and infrastructure should continue to support public investments. These factors are expected to provide some cushioning against the fallout from the war. The Governing Council highlights the urgent need to strengthen the euro area economy while maintaining sound public finances.
What about Belfast? Is that going to spiral into other places? Yeah, Europe is... the crazy thing about these fascist riots is that it's going to weaken Europe even more. It's such a self-own for Europe. It's such a self-own for Europe, the UK in particular, and I think it'll spread across Europe as well, because whiteness is feeling particularly fragile in this moment. I've been speaking about this for over a year now, and this is where there's a lot of fragility, because the power that whiteness used to have, the privilege around the world, what Iran has done in this moment is shown everybody that actually the world isn't as vulnerable as it used to be. So there is a lot of fragility. You know, some people, there are white people who are obviously like acknowledged their history, and they're wanting to move forward in an equitable way. But there are, I think, a large number of white people in the West still deluded into believing that they can restore what white supremacy built over 600 years. And you can see that in the rhetoric of like the Tommy Robinsons of the world. You can see that in the rhetoric of even Netanyahu and J.D. Vance and Donald Trump and Stephen Miller, all of these people talking about the civilization. So this is a big moment, guys. I keep saying it, and I know it's getting kind of boring and old, but do not close your eyes in this moment. This is so huge. The world is changing right in front of us.
Fiscal sustainability is a crucial anchor for broader economic stability. Fiscal responses to the energy price shock should be temporary, targeted and tailored. As emphasized in the European Commission 2026.
Oh, hold on 1 second. I'll be back. 2 secs. I'm just going to get a book. I wanted to read this for you guys. Give me 2 secs. I need to read something for the live stream. Hello. So I'm reading this book at the moment, chapter 4. Let me just find it. Yes. Chapter 4 is called The So-Called Dependency Complex of the Colonized. Okay? This is Black Skin, White Masks. Hey, Mia, welcome. There's this one bit, and it reminded me of the conversation we were having yesterday. And I want to read it for you guys. Okay, yeah, here we go. Here it is. Here it is. So this is this is chapter 4, page 71, Frantz Fanon. I was reading this last night and I was like, holy shit. Truly, Monsieur Manoni, you are wrong. European civilization and its best representatives are not responsible for colonial racism? Question mark. So here, this is a little bit by Frantz Fanon. He's talking about. Okay, let me read this whole paragraph. Every time we see an Arab with that hunted, evasive look of distrust, draped in those long, ragged robes that seem to have been made for him, we tell ourselves that Monsieur Manoni was wrong. How many times have I been stopped in broad daylight by the police, who took me for an Arab, and when they discovered my origins, they hastily apologized. We know full well a Martinican is different from an Arab. I would protest violently, but I was told, you don't know them. Truly, Monsieur Manoni, you are wrong. European civilization and the best representatives are not responsible for colonial racism, meaning that colonialism is the work of adventurers, and politicians, and the best representatives keep themselves above the fray. But, says Francis Johnson, every citizen of a nation is responsible for the acts perpetrated in the name of that nation. Let me read that again. Francis Johnson. Every citizen of a nation is responsible for the acts perpetrated in the name of that nation. Day after day, the system weaves around you its pernicious consequences. Day after day, its instigators betray you, pursuing in the name of France a policy as foreign as possible, not only to your real interests, but also to your greatest expectations. You pride yourself on keeping your distance from a certain order of things. As a consequence, you give a free hand to those who thrive in unhealthy atmospheres, a creation of their own behavior. And if apparently you manage not to soil your hands, it's because others are doing the dirty work in your place. You have your henchmen, and all things considered, you are the real guilty party. For without you, without your blind indifference, such men could not undertake acts that condemn you as much as they dishonor them. Understand that. Understand that. Let me read that one more time, because I think this blew my fucking mind. Because yesterday, remember, I was arguing with that person? I read this chapter last night. It is crazy. It's crazy how this came up. And I was just reading this chapter. And then it just got me by complete surprise. We had that American lady who came in and she goes, oh, it's not my fault. It's the government's fault. This is for everyone who believes that. Okay? This is for everybody who believes that. That it isn't their fault. It's the government's fault. Day after day, the system weaves around you its pernicious consequences. Day after day, its instigators betray you, pursuing in the name of France a policy as foreign as possible, not only to your real interests, but also to your greatest expectations. You pride yourself on keeping your distance from a certain order of things. As a consequence, you give a free hand to those who thrive in unhealthy atmospheres, a creation of their own behavior. And if apparently you manage not to soil your hands, it's because others are doing the dirty work in your place. You have your henchmen, and all the things considered, you are the real guilty party. For without you, without your blind indifference, such men could not undertake acts that condemn you as much as they dishonor them. I read that and I just felt warmth inside me. I felt warmth. I felt real warmth. Because it was what I was trying to tell that lady. It was what I was trying to tell that lady, that it doesn't matter. She is complicit. It's American bombs. You got to take accountability for what you're doing. You have to.
European semester spring package. Reforms to enhance the euro area's growth potential and accelerate the energy transition to reduce reliance on fossil fuels are more vital than ever. Completing the savings and investment union is key to funding innovation, supporting the green and digital transition, and improving productivity. The digital euro and tokenized wholesale central bank money will enhance Europe's strategic autonomy, competitiveness, and financial integration, and will boost innovation in payments. It is thus essential to swiftly adopt the regulation on the establishment of the digital euro.
Miss Joe, yeah.
Simplifying and harmonizing rules across the EU single market will help European firms grow faster. Let me now look at inflation. Inflation rose to 3.2% in May.
Ooh, she crossed her arms, everybody. She became defensive, didn't she?
From 3% in April. Energy price inflation ticked up to 10.9% in April, while food price inflation fell from 2.4% to 2%. Inflation excluding energy and food picked up to 2.5%.
It also goes to those people who go, "Oh, I don't have white privilege. Why should I care about what my ancestors did?" I mean, they did that so long ago. Why should I care? It's not my fault. None of those things work, guys. None of those things work. Not with me, anyway.
From 2.2% in April, as goods inflation edged up to 0.9%, and services inflation increased from 3% to 3.5%. Domestic cost pressures eased in the first quarter, supported by slower growth in wages and profits. The ECB's wage tracker and surveys on wage expectations continue to indicate that wage growth should ease over the year. However, it is becoming more expensive for firms to source other inputs, and they therefore expect to put up their selling prices. Moreover, some indicators of underlying inflation have already been driven higher by the energy shock. Inflation expectations over shorter horizons.
Calamity. Germany, the Nazis learned from America. America and Nazism, it's very close, like Hitler and the Nuremberg Codes, as they called it, was a lot of it was based on Jim Crow laws.
Remain well above levels before the outbreak of the war in the Middle East.
They studied the Jim Crow laws.
At the same time, most measures of longer-term inflation expectations stand at around 2%, supporting the stabilization of inflation around target in the medium term. The increase in energy prices will lift inflation further over the summer and keep it well above target into the first half of 2027. It will also have an impact on food, goods, and...
Can I just tell you, sometimes, okay, I'm not a person who believes in like astrology and like karma and all of this stuff. I know there are many people here who believe. I'm an atheist, right? Sometimes though, things do align. just this example here. And like I was speaking to that lady yesterday who just went off, who was like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. How can Americans be involved? How can we be involved? It's our government. It's not us. It's like this constant gaslighting of like, we have nothing to do with it. It's our government. It's so easy, right? To push it away and say it's your government. It's hard to take accountability. It's hard to acknowledge that maybe this isn't just your government. Maybe it's the fact that people aren't ready to actually change their material conditions. They just don't want to do it. You know, the compromises are too big. It's tough. But when you look at America, when you look at the gluttonous nature of America and the amount of advantage being taken of the American workforce by the elite, this is not just the billionaires' fault. This is American working class's fault too. It's the Americans working class too. It's the blissfully ignorant that allows space for evil. So this is it. This is it. You can't just sit there and go, it's not my fault. How do you think we can change it? Well, what do you want to change? Do you understand that? What do you want to change, Miss Joe? Let's start with that. What do you want to change? What do you want to change?
Services inflation. Inflation should then return to target in the second half of 27, supported by falling energy prices and slower increases in other prices. However, the war in the Middle East remains a major...
No. See, this is the thing. Like, I don't... what you want to change is foreign policy. How this is the lukewarm shit about change that is never going to happen, right? This is why, Miss Joe, like, I think you need to truly understand your country. You got to understand your country. Your American imperialism is the issue. It has destroyed lives for so long. And it isn't just started with Donald Trump. It hasn't just started with Donald Trump. It's deeply embedded in every system. It's in the policing system. It's in ICE now. It's one system. It's a system of oppression built on white supremacy. I don't think the American Constitution is worth the paper it's written on. I think the American Constitution is absolutely shit. Let me just say this, okay? Let me just say this to all of you. I think what America truly needs is the working class to be thinking 2 or 3 elections ahead. 2 or 3 elections ahead, maybe even 4. 10 to 20 years. You need to start building a counter movement now and not expect the 4-year election cycle to change things. See, if you'd started 20 years ago when Barack Obama came into office, then you would have already been here. We wouldn't be talking about this. But the problem with America is the 4-year election cycle. They know that the 4-year election cycle fucks you guys up every time. And if you can't build solidarity over a long period of time, build community, build real grassroots, and not just to partake in the same systems that have been created, but to really create a counter revolution to what's happening. A real counter revolution. Like in 1776, when white people said, no, we want to keep slavery in America. We don't want the British to take our slavery away. And they fought the British. See, white people can do it. They can unite around slavery. So I think what you should do is start to find Native American, indigenous voices that are there in so many different places. You need to be empowering indigenous voices. You need to be building solidarity with the Native American people. And if your future movement isn't led by Native American voices, indigenous voices with a land back aspect to the movement, you have no chance. By the way, the person I was having that conversation with yesterday is here. I don't know if she heard the quote I just read, Melanie. Did you hear the quote I just read? Or the passage I just read?
So there we are.
What do you mean by land back? You know the land that white settlers stole from Native Americans? Return that land back to the Native Americans. where to begin on land back, that's not your decision to make. That is the indigenous people's decision to make. You guys should be forming alliances with the indigenous community. I've said this again and again over the last few months. I think Americans have to start building community and solidarity.
New follower detected.
With their indigenous community. I think if you can push for a treaty with the indigenous community, if you can push for the indigenous community getting more power, getting more equity, being in a treaty, imagine that. Imagine if you guys can form a movement to have a treaty signed between the settler and the indigenous people of America. Imagine how big of a win for equity that would be. That would have massive implications across American society. There's so many ways to skin this cat. There's so many ways. But if Native American voices are not at the center of it, what are the chances of that happening without a war? Massive chance. Massive chance. You can influence so much of the structural issues if you unite around a common cause. And what better of a common cause in the United States of America than the cause of the Native Americans, the indigenous people? Yeah, it doesn't work now because everyone's doing the 4-year election cycle. This is what I'm telling you. Americans need to take accountability for the amount they're fucking up the world, right? Like, if you aren't going to take accountability for it and keep saying, "Oh, that's just not going to work," what's the point? Like, anyone could say that. Anyone could come here and say, "That's just not going to work." If your next movement in America doesn't include land back, you've already failed. Zoran Mamdani isn't going to change your shit. Nobody's going to change your shit. It's got to be indigenous voices. If you can't make that happen, But your proposal needs to be reasonable? What do you mean reasonable? Is your country reasonable? In unreasonable times, if you plan for reasonable, you're going to fail. Be unreasonable. Ask for things that may seem unreasonable, but are fair. I think indigenous sovereignty, indigenous solidarity, and land back is not unreasonable. These should be basics of humanity, of having equal humanitarian rights for all. Like, the left needs something. The left or people need something to rally around. People need something to rally around. People need a cause. What better of a cause? What better of a cause than to empower the indigenous people of your land? What better of a cause is there? That's the ultimate cause.
Major source of uncertainty. And the longer energy prices stay high, the more likely they are to drive up broad.
Orpheus says American textbooks don't even teach about the genocide of of natives, let alone the fact that they are still being genocided. Their land sovereignty should be at the forefront of. Yeah, I agree, Orpheus. Like, and Orpheus is indigenous, right? Like, what you guys have to understand is, like, this is a long-term movement of small wins. A long-term movement of small wins. If you can change, for example, as Orpheus is given here, what if you can bring in an indigenous textbook into schools? Like small wins. How? The tiniest wins, and just build momentum slowly. But you have to center indigenous people. In my honest opinion, that is a real cause to rally around. But it has to be step by step. It has to be one thing at a time. You have to have victories. You have to have victories. Exactly only 13 states include indigenous history in curriculum? Yeah. It has to be small steps. Book bans, bro. Yeah, there are book bans now. That's because the working class in America is so divided and they don't have a uniting cause. You're indigenous but not Native American. Fair enough. Apologies. Yeah, so I unless and until someone truly does makes a counter movement to neoliberalism, which neoliberalism and white supremacy, which is embedded in America, in the United States of America right now, until you have a counter movement, well, appreciate the effort, but it's not going to change shit. Thanks, though. Well, then you keep being complicit in America's genocide then, Melanie. How about that? Okay? Then don't come here and tell me that it's your government and not you. Okay? Don't come here and tell me that it's your government and not you. If you keep saying stuff like this. As a Native American, yeah, fuck yeah. I mean, your tax dollars are still going there. Your tax dollars are going there. Do you pay tax?
Order inflation through indirect and second round effects. We will therefore closely monitor the size and persistence of the energy price increase and how it feeds through to
you either take responsibility and accountability for what's going on in the world, or you change the situation. You're willing to do neither, Melanie. So what the fuck are you saying?
Price and wage setting, inflation
I think actually a lot of America is just like you, Melanie.
Expectations and overall economic dynamics. Turning now to the risk assessment. The risks to the growth outlook are to the downside, mainly owing to the war in the Middle East, which has added to the volatile global policy environment. Prolonged disruption of energy supplies could increase energy prices further and for longer than currently expected. These factors would erode real incomes even more and make firms and households more reluctant to invest and spend.
Exactly, Queen Kimber.
The drag on growth would intensify if the closure of major shipping routes were to cause acute shortages of key inputs that forced euro area firms to curtail output.
American imperial stages
a
of
worsening
grief,
of global financial market sentiment or a tighter supply of credit could dampen demand. Additional frictions in international trade could also further disrupt supply chain, reduce exports, and weaken consumption and investment. other geopolitical tensions, in particular Russia's unjustified war against Ukraine, remain a major source of uncertainty. By contrast, growth could turn out to be higher if the economy and energy markets were to adapt more quickly than expected to the disruption caused by the war in the Middle East, or if the war was resolved promptly and sustainably. Moreover, planned defense and infrastructure spending reforms to enhance productivity and the euro area firms adopting new technologies may drive up growth by more than expected. A deeper integration of the single market would also boost growth beyond current expectations. The risks now to the inflation outlook are to the upside. If energy prices were to rise by more and for longer than currently expected, euro area inflation would increase further. This could be reinforced and become more persistent if higher energy prices were to spill over by more than expected to other prices and to wages, if longer-term inflation expectations were to rise in response, or if global supply chains were disrupted more broadly. Ongoing trade tensions could also give rise to more fragmented global supply chains, curtail the supply of critical raw materials, and worsen capacity constraints in the euro area economy. Extreme weather events and the unfolding climate and nature crisis.
Take care, Amanda. Have a good sleep.
Crisis more broadly could drive up food prices by more than expected. By contrast, inflation could turn out to be somewhat lower if the economic effects of the war in the Middle East proved to be more short-lived than currently expected, or if indirect or second-round effects prove less pronounced than anticipated. More volatile and risk-averse financial markets could weigh on demand and thereby lower inflation as well. So looking now at the financial and monetary conditions. Financial conditions are broadly unchanged since our last meeting, but remain tighter than before the war. The cost of issuing market-based debt rose to 4% in April from 3.9% in March. Bank lending rates for firms remained at 3.6% in April and mortgage rates at 3.4%. The annual growth rate of bank lending to firms increased to 3.4% in April.
Good evening.
From 3.2% in March.
Kia ora.
While the growth rate of corporate bond issuance rose to 4.6%. Mortgage lending in April again grew by 3%. In line with our monetary policy strategy, the Governing Council thoroughly assessed the links between monetary policy and financial stability. Euro area banks are resilient, supported by strong capital and liquidity ratios, solid asset quality, and robust profitability. However, a sudden, sharp drop in asset prices, potentially amplified by the non-bank financial sector and deteriorating asset quality, particularly in energy and trade-sensitive sectors, would pose risks to financial stability. These risks increase the longer the current geopolitical conflict lasts. Macroprudential policy remains the first line of defense against the buildup of financial vulnerabilities, enhancing resilience and preserving macroprudential space. So in conclusion, the Governing Council today decided to raise the three key ECB interest rates by 25 basis points. We are committed to setting monetary policy to ensure that inflation stabilizes at our 2% target in the medium term.
Okay. So that's quite a big deal, right? And at the same time, guys, this is also happening. World Bank warns Iran war is slowing global growth. The world economy is weakening as energy prices fuel a new bout of inflation. The war in the Middle East is slowing global economic growth this year to its weakest pace since the COVID-19 pandemic, according to a World Bank report published on Thursday that revealed the fallout of soaring energy prices. The U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran in late February has led to a prolonged disruption. Thank you, Melanie. The U.S.-Israeli attack on Iran in late February has led to a prolonged disruption of cargo traffic through the Strait of Hormuz, causing oil, gas, and fertilizer prices to gyrate for months. The disruption to global supply chains has fanned a new round of inflation, raising expectations for higher interest rates and slower output around the world. The World Bank lowered its growth outlook from earlier this year, projecting output to slow to 2.5% in 2026 from the 2.9% it grew in 2025. It estimated that output could fall to 1.3% if the conflict escalated and supply disruptions were protracted. Hey, Amira. Salam. The conflict appeared to be escalating on Thursday when President Trump threatened additional attacks on Iran and a takeover of its energy infrastructure. At some point in the not-too-distant future, we will be taking Khag Island and other oil infrastructure points and assume total control of their oil and gas markets, much like we have with Venezuela, Mr. Trump wrote in a post on social media. So he did this before all the latest stuff, before all the latest unravelings. Uncertainty over the arc of the war is expected to persist, as Mr. Trump said later on Thursday that he was canceling the strikes on Iran while negotiations continued. After more than 4 years of persistent inflation, the war is pushing prices higher again. The World Bank projects that global inflation will rise to 4% in 2026 from 3.3% last year. The increase is being driven by a 22% rise in commodity prices, which in January had been expected to decline. The SOW said about... Do you mean the statement of work? What SOW said about Cuba? SOW? Who's SOW, Amira? Sorry. Rising prices in the Eurozone. We are talking about Cuba today. Secretary of War. Oh, I see. We are talking about Cuba today. We're talking about the sanctions on an oil company. Did he say he will kidnap the president of Cuba? Shit. I didn't know. I haven't seen that, Amira. I haven't seen that. Rising prices in the Eurozone pushed the European Central Bank to raise interest rates on Thursday, making it the first global central bank to increase borrowing costs in the wake of the war. The inflation rate in the Eurozone was 3.2% in May, driven by higher energy prices stemming from the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The Middle East is bearing the brunt of the global slowdown as the war impedes oil exports. Europe is also facing substantial headwinds because of its reliance on natural gas imports. High food prices and fertilizer shortages are slowing growth in sub-Saharan Africa. The U.S. economy has been relatively resilient because of tax cuts, artificial intelligence investments, and domestic oil production. Despite those buffers, the United States is also contending with rising consumer prices. On Wednesday, the Consumer Price Index showed that the annual rate of inflation rose to 4.2% in May. That was up from a 2.4% before the war in the Middle East started, and the fastest pace since April 2023. The World Bank said policymakers needed to balance their goals of containing inflation and supporting economic growth. It warned that weaker investment could lead to slower hiring. The conflict has taken a toll on global activity, but every crisis also brings an opportunity, said Ayhan Kosh, deputy chief economist at the World Bank Group. This moment should be used to strengthen policy frameworks, invest in infrastructure, accelerate business enabling reforms, and mobilize private capital to support job creation at scale. Okay, bro. Yeah. So stupid. We're in this cycle of like, I like to think of it as the delusion of growth. What are we growing into? You know, we're growing into fucking oblivion. There's a trillionaire in our world. You know, a person who is a literal trillionaire. Our world's so broken, and we're talking about growth. Capitalism has fucked up our world. That's the next problem we all need to solve. And actually, the core of capitalism is Merca. So, yeah, America. Help us. Do something. Anyway. Let's move on to the next segment. The next segment we've got for today is Israel and what it's doing in Gaza and Lebanon. Let's start with Israel launching strikes across Gaza. Israel launches intense airstrikes in Gaza amid talk of U.S. deal with Iran. Fuck, man. Scary shit. While this is happening, the New York Times has reported this. Off topic, but I personally just call myself Chicano or indigenous Mexican. Some in my family, I'm sorry if I didn't pronounce that right, Orpheus. Orpheus, we still have to do that live. When are you going to get your stuff together, Orpheus? You're supposed to DM me. We got to do this live. Mexican, some in my family. Oh, I did. I pronounced it correctly the second time. Chicano. Where do I DM you? Do you have Discord? We have Discord. We have a community Discord. Israel set to rapidly expand West Bank settlement. In a major push, the government is rushing to replace temporary housing at about 60 empty sites in the Israeli-occupied West Bank before national elections this fall. Israel's government is expected to allocate hundreds of millions of dollars in the coming days to rapidly expand Jewish settlements across the occupied West Bank ahead of national elections this fall. Have you seen Gwyneth Paltrow's advertisement for luxury apartments in Gaza? Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, Mia. It's sick, eh? In a major push, the government is rushing to place temporary housing at about 60 empty sites, according to a draft of the proposal reviewed by the New York Times and an official with direct knowledge of the details. The official requested anonymity because they were not authorized to discuss it publicly. If the plan goes forward as expected, the government will declare the new settlement points temporary sites and will fund the placement of 15 mobile homes and 2 additional community structures on each, according to the proposal draft. The intention is to create new realities on the ground and make physical changes to the territory that will be difficult to reverse if the country's current leaders are not re-elected. The government has been expected to approve the proposal on Thursday, but it decided to refer it to the smaller Security Cabinet for approval on Sunday. Security Cabinet discussions can remain confidential, and the government has been trying to keep the move under the radar to avoid international attention, the official said. The expansion would tighten Israel's hold over land that much of the world has long envisioned as part of a future Palestinian state. The government is on a reckless pre-election sprint to raid the public purse in order to create facts on the ground that will leave a scorched earth policy for the next government. Peace Now, an Israeli activist group that opposes settlement, said in a statement on Thursday. The group said there had been an 80% increase in settlements since the government was established in late 2022. Mr. Netanyahu's government has long focused on expanding West Bank settlement with the stated goal of preventing the rise of a Palestinian state on the territory. Most of the world views the settlements as a violation of international law. Israel argues that the West Bank land is disputed territory and its fate should be determined in negotiations, but there have been no Israeli-Palestinian negotiations for more than a decade and none on the horizon. Many in the government want Israel to declare sovereignty over the last part of the West Bank. Over at least part of the West Bank, sorry. The settlement expansion is one of a number of contentious changes that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his right-wing coalition are pushing through before elections. Once an exact date for the election is set, the government is supposed to refrain from making major decisions that can bind a future government. One of the biggest settlement expansion in years, Thursday's decision is designed to hastily turn the sites into instant communities dotting the West Bank. Funding is also being allocated to build infrastructure and for core groups of settlers to inhabit the sites, making it harder for any future government to remove them. The government has approved the establishment of dozens of new settlements in a series of cabinet decisions since taking office, in what critics have characterized as a massive land grab. It has also retroactively authorized outposts that were illegal even by Israel's standards after being set up without explicit government authorization, in some cases decades ago. Since the beginning of our term, we have led a revolution in Judea and Samaria, Bezalel Smotrich, Israel's far-right finance minister and chief settlement promoter, said recently in parliament, referring to the West Bank by its biblical names. We have approved more than 100 new settlements, tens of thousands of housing units, and no less than 160 new farms, he added, referring to small rural settlement points that use livestock and other agricultural means to control vast tracts of land. More than 500,000 Israeli settlers live in the West Bank, among about 3 million Palestinians. The government had already approved the 60 locations slated for settlement a few months ago, but the sites have not yet been through official planning and authorization procedures, a process that usually takes years. The unusual decision planned for Sunday will allow the government to circumvent those procedures. The expansion push follows a surge in settler violence in the West Bank in recent years. With the world largely distracted by wars in the Middle East, extremist settlers have intensified their attacks on Palestinians and their property across the West Bank in a violent campaign of intimidation, and that has emptied out entire Palestinian villages. Israeli attitudes towards Palestinians have generally hardened since the deadly Hamas-led which ignited the... Oh my gosh. Nevertheless, Mr. Netanyahu's governing coalition has lost some of its support, and Mr. Smotrich is eager to show his settler constituency that he can deliver on his promises. Funding has been allocated for the new sites over the next 2 to 3 years for mobile homes, community facilities, team building professionals to help create strong communities and other amenities. In early May, the Netanyahu government approved more than $1 billion shekels, or about 340 million, for roads connecting the newly approved settlements, saying they were necessary for their development and for strengthening their hold over the territory. Oh, dear. Yeah, this is another. Hey, Breakbeat Kid, welcome. You could read this story anytime in the last few decades and decades to come. Yeah. Facts on the ground. Yeah. The New York Times just like making this look like routine. So fucking used to it, eh? So stupid. This is the most horrendous shit, and they're just reporting it like it's fucking Sunday lunch. Le Monde. Israel bars RFI journalist from entering West Bank and increases pressure on foreign press. The expulsion of Alice Froussard, a journalist for Radio France Internationale, comes amid severe violence in the occupied territory and a total closure of the Gaza Strip to international media, where more than 260 Palestinian journalists have been killed since the attack of October the 7th, 2023. Hey, you know what? I think that is actually the best I've read in Western media, because they didn't end that with the Hamas-run health ministry says. You know, at least they've acknowledged here that 260 Palestinian journalists have been killed without Kia ora, Prof. Welcome. Without saying the Hamas-run health ministry or the West Bank health ministry or Palestinian health ministry or whatever the fuck they say, you know? It's a further sign of escalating restrictions and a serious warning for press freedom. You're 30 today, Prof? You're a child. I'm about 30 minutes behind Noisy, but here in America, I don't think indigenous people have a voice, and the majority in this country won't allow them to have a voice. Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Your silence is approval. Your silence is your approval, yeah. According to the Hamaspital. First birthday off work in like 5 years. Man, it sounds like you work a lot, Prof. Take a break. Yo, Morty, how are you? Happy birthday, Prof. Happy birthday. After having completely banned international journalists from working in Gaza since October 7, 2023, the Israeli government on Thursday, June 11, blocked a French journalist, special correspondent of Radio France Internationale, and contributor to Radio France from entering the West Bank via Israeli territory. The only route to the areas occupied by Israel. On X, Amichai Chikli, Minister of the Diaspora and Combating Anti-Semitism, declared on Thursday morning that he was pleased to announce that Alice Foussard, a French journalist who supports Hamas and who claims the October the 7th massacre must be viewed in context, had been denied entry to Israel at Ben Gurion Airport in Tel Aviv. Fuck's sakes. Thank you. Tooth made my choice to take a break last week, so now I'm going to take a day off every month till I use up my PTO. Good for you. Good for you. The state of Israel has run out of patience for Hamas supporters and for those who support sanctions and boycotts against it, the minister added, signing off with Bon Voyage. His office cited Foussard's media and social media posts, noting that she had described Israeli laws regarding Palestinians as draconian, referred to apartheid in the West Bank, called for contextualizing Hamas's October the 7th attack, and used the term massacre in relation to Israel's response in Gaza. Massacre? That seems tame. I mean, it's a genocide. It's not just a massacre, it's a genocide. RFI management condemned the move against Foussard, protesting an expulsion that constitutes an obstacle to press freedom and comes at a time of increasing difficulties faced by journalists covering news in the region. The Foreign Press Association, which brings together more than 300 journalists, also regretted the decision. Alice has been working in Israel and the Palestinian territories for RFI and Radio France for many years, and the accusations made against our colleague are outrageous, the association stressed. The expulsion of Foussard from Israel is unjustifiable, Reporters Without Borders responded. This experienced correspondent, who has covered the West Bank for years, is among the journalists courageous enough to travel to the occupied territories to work alongside Palestinian colleagues despite the increasing security risks they face. Jewish terrorism. An investigation published in May by Israeli newspaper Haaretz revealed that Israel had denied entry to its territory in July 2025 to Italian photojournalist Alessandro Stefanelli based on an investigation conducted by police units responsible for the West Bank. Among the reasons cited by the authorities was his reporting on the situation. These accusations are ridiculous in the extreme. They put me on the same list as terrorists, he told the newspaper, emphasizing these are photos that any other photographer could have brought from the West Bank. In this territory, occupied since 1967, Israel implements a policy described as ethnic cleansing by NGOs, international organizations, including the United Nations, and media to expel Palestinians from areas where the government wants to establish settlements. To maintain order and restrict Palestinians' freedom of expression, the army has pursued an openly repressive policy across the West Bank, including in areas theoretically under the control of the Palestinian Authority. In recent months, incidents of severe violence by settlers against Palestinians have multiplied to the point that some in the political and media spheres now refer to these acts as Jewish terrorism. In addition, for several weeks, the army has enforced a law passed by the Knesset at the end of March, establishing the death penalty for Palestinians accused of murder motivated by denial of the state of Israel or resistance to military authority. In practice, the army has already been executing the death penalty outside any judicial framework due to changes in its engagement rules, including, for example, the use of military weapons against teenagers throwing stones. As a result, more than 1,000 Palestinians have been killed by the army and settlers in the West Bank since October 7, 2023. That is more deaths in the past 3 years than in the previous 17 combined, noted Oxfam in a report released Wednesday, June 10th. Yeah, in the previous 3 years than the previous 17 combined tells you that this did not start on October the 7th, okay? Thousands of other Palestinians have been imprisoned, often without charges or any chance to defend themselves in Israeli prisons. NGOs, international organizations, and media outlets, including Le Monde, have shown that many detainees have been subjected to violence and abuse. No access to Gaza. The situation is also difficult for Israeli media. There has been a sharp increase in threats and harassment against journalists, warned a report from the Israel Democracy Institute published in January at a time when the ruling coalition has intensified attacks on the rule of law. Press freedom, media pluralism, and editorial independence have been increasingly restricted in Israel since the start of the war in Gaza on October the 7th, 2023, noted Reporters Without Borders. Benjamin Netanyahu's government has moreover barred all access to Gaza since October the 7th, 2023. The Supreme Court has reportedly postponed hearings on appeals filed by international media against the ban on access to Gaza, where more than 73,000 Palestinians have been killed, a territory over which Israel has no sovereignty. According to the Foreign Press Association, nearly 8 months after the ceasefire and the release of the last Israeli hostages in October 2025, Israel intends to maintain the ban on any access. In January, during the public hearing, the army obtained permission from the Supreme Court to present arguments without the presence of the petitioner's lawyers. More than 260 Palestinian journalists have been killed by the Israeli army in the enclave since October the 7th, according to counts by the Committee to Protect Journalists. The decision regarding Foussad comes as France, after much hesitation, announced a series of personal sanctions against two far-right ministers, Itamar Ben-Gvir and Bezalel Smotrich, as well as active supporters of settlement policy in the West Bank. Though purely symbolic, these measures triggered a strong reaction from Israeli authorities. The real essence of these steps is the attempt to impose a political stance regarding the right of Jews to live in the land of Israel and concerning the Israeli-Palestinian conflict camouflaged as a measure against violence, said Israel's foreign ministry. It added, anti-Israel policies of the kind adopted today only serve to fuel anti-Semitism. Bro, what the fuck, bro? It just keeps going, eh? It just keeps going. U.S. lawmakers press Israel to let cancer patients out of Gaza. Oh, sorry. Sorry for the burp. It's time for me to get parallel to the horizon. Until next time. Curves, take care. Go to bed, Curves. Take some rest. Catch you tomorrow. A group of lawmakers have called on the Trump administration to facilitate medical evacuations out of Gaza amid a dearth of services. More than 60 members of the United States Congress have called on Israel to lift restrictions on Palestinian cancer patients in Gaza so that they may seek treatment in hospitals in the occupied West Bank and East Jerusalem. 51 members of the House of Representatives and 11 members of the Senate signed Thursday's letter addressed to Secretary of State Marco Rubio. They include Senators Bernie Sanders and Chris Van Hollen and Representatives Madeline Dean and Greg Cesar. The letter calls on the administration to President Donald Trump to facilitate the medical evacuation of child cancer patients and their caretakers, as well as obtain Israeli guarantees that they will be allowed to return to Gaza. There is no conceivable reason that allowing kids with cancer to drive 40 minutes for life-saving medical treatment should be controversial, said Dayar Jamil, a fellow at the human rights group Dawn, which helped craft the letter. Such cruelty would not be possible without U.S. political cover, and we are grateful for the members of Congress who are demanding an end to it. Oh, man, it just gets worse and worse and worse. What the fuck?
This is Khirbet Zannuta, a Palestinian village in the occupied West Bank in 2022. And this is the same village in 2024. A home to a Palestinian Bedouin community destroyed. And who is behind it? Israeli settlers, many of them armed, often operating alongside Israeli soldiers and police who are repeatedly documented protecting them as they attack Palestinians across the West Bank. Settler violence in the occupied West Bank is not new, but over the past 3 years, it has reached levels that are now the focus of not one, but two reports released this week by Amnesty International and Oxfam.
What is happening is not a political or an historical aberration. What is happening is not the product of some rogue element, some bad apple, some extremist ministers. What is happening is state-led. It is state-implemented. It is state-sanctioned.
Yes.
The ethnic cleansing, the annexation are a state project.
We use the term state-backed because these settlers are not acting alone.
Mm-hmm.
They're armed, they're trained, they're organized through official structures. So this includes regional defense units, which are made up of settlers in uniform. Thousands of settlers were mobilized after the Gaza war began, and around 8,000 firearms were distributed to civilians.
The Amnesty International report takes on Area C, which makes up more than 60% of the occupied West Bank. It contains the largest Israeli settlements, while home to around 300,000 Palestinians, many from Bedouin and herding communities. Under the Oslo Accords signed in 1995, Area C was placed under full Israeli military and administrative control. But Amnesty says this is no longer just about control. Palestinians are being pushed off their land as Israel accelerates its formal annexation of the area. Oxfam's findings show the scale of the violence. Its analysis of UN data found that more Palestinians were killed by Israeli forces and settlers in the occupied West Bank over the last 3 years than in the previous 17 years combined. 1 in 5 Palestinians killed in the West Bank were children. Oxfam also reports that nearly 46,000 Palestinians have been forcibly displaced in the last 3 years alone, compared to around 13,000 during the previous 14 years combined. I asked Ahlam from Oxfam, where do these families go?
They kind of stay around their communities. They want to have a hold on their communities still. They don't want to completely, let go of their lands and their agricultural assets and whatnot. So they stay close by, whether people take them in or they find temporary shelter or whatever it is. They have hope.
And was October 7, 2023 the catalyst?
The report clearly shows that there is an acceleration of the violence, that this acceleration started in January 2023, so immediately after the coalition government came into power.
And as Palestinian communities continue to disappear from the map, just how much longer will the international community allow it to continue?
Great question. Just how long will the international community allow it to continue? Oh my gosh, man. Everything is just so broken in that region. And the solution, we know who the problems are. Every day, we know exactly who the problems are. America and Israel. And Europe is a huge part of the problem too. But the main players, America is the main player, and Israel is its sort of extension of its imperialism. This is America's genocide. Israel, okay, this story is crazy to me. Israel releases Hamas co-founder Hassan Youssef after 2 years in detention. So the guy who co-founded Hamas has been released. I don't understand this. Which Hassan? Yeah, so this news came as I shared something in Discord as well from Dropsite. Let me just read this to you guys because it's really important. I don't know how to read this, honestly. I have no idea how to read this because it's so crazy to me that this is happening. I never thought I would see a statement like this from Hamas, okay? So let me just bring this up. Here we go. Okay, let me read this. Hamas says Cairo talks making genuine progress towards second phase of Trump plan. In a statement on Thursday, Hamas said that talks among Palestinian factions in Cairo are advancing toward a unified national position on implementing the second phase of U.S. President Trump's plan for Gaza. Hussam Badran, a member of Hamas's political bureau and its negotiating delegation, said the meeting among Palestinian forces and factions were proceeding in a positive and constructive manner, with consensus forming around the roadmap presented for the plan's second phase. We are also continuing our meetings with the mediators in a positive and responsible spirit, with the aim of ensuring the success of the current round, protecting our Palestinian people, and thwarting the objectives and plans of the occupation, Badran added. He described the round as having achieved genuine progress that can be built upon and called for compelling the criminal Zionist occupation to halt its violations and crimes in Gaza and to fully adhere to all of its commitments. Okay, so to me, this is a Hamas statement, by the way. This is a Hamas statement posted by Dropsite. I know it doesn't make sense. To me, it's just it's just weird. Here's the tweet, by the way. Here's the tweet. I will verify this Hamas declaration. I come back. What do you mean? Dropsite has has released this. Dropsite gets his information directly. You don't need to verify anything. Anyway, you do your verification. That's fine. Seems strange. No way it's done in good faith. Yeah. Maybe part of these apparent improved negotiations. I don't know. My guess is another cover. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, it didn't make sense to me, but is Hamas selling out? Who knows? Who knows, guys? Who knows? Honestly, it's so weird, man. Whatever's happening in the background, we are not privy to any of it. And I wonder, my hope is that there's a real my hope is that there is a real impact due to America's and Israel's overstretching against Iran, and that it's caused significant problems for the American military in terms of dwindling supplies, etc., that they just cannot keep going with this without closing this file, you know? So I just wonder if we're reaching a point where it is just getting too expensive to maintain Israel as it is. I hope that's the case, because remember, we've spoken about the fact that at some stage, America is going to go, there's no return on investment here. Especially with the world moving away from fossil fuels and America, becoming the largest producer of oil. This was today, Calamity. This was today. Dropsite put it today. Honestly, I would much rather... I trust Dropsite more than wherever you're looking. Jeremy Scahill has spoken to the Hamas delegation directly. Yeah. I don't agree with the thing. I don't agree with the premise of it, but I believe that this is Hamas that made the statement. I believe that this is Hamas that made the statement. Nomadic Code, I did see that. That was kind of weird. But I the source that I saw that from wasn't particularly legit, so. Jeremy is the gold standard for reporting on Hamas in the West. Yeah, 100%. Hey, Equivana, welcome. It's weird, right? When Trump announces that there's something happening with Iran and Iran is saying, yep, the deal is going forward. It's just something that I just find it, guys. I just find it really interesting that all of this is happening at the same time. It's all happening at the same time. And I don't know who the fuck to believe. It's all very confusing. But again, these are small movements, These are small movements. But they are happening. Okay, we're going to move on. We're going to move on to the next segment, which is about the US's coercion machine, Cuba deportations, maritime strikes, and ballot access. So this is more. This is a wider sort of subject topic. We've been focused on Iran. We've been focused on Israel's war crimes. They agreed to disarm. Nah, I don't think so. Nah, they won't disarm. They'll definitely not disarm. So let's get into this. We're getting into more, wider news here, wider equity impact, to stories about wider equity impact. So women who fled Iran are to be deported to Central African Republic, lawyers say. So they fled Iran and now they're being deported to. Hamas leadership will have been devastated in the last 3 years. It's not hard to imagine some significant leadership elements have become corrupt at this point. Potentially, yeah. Guys, or I know we've... I am always a person that is, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. Okay, we can get into this quagmire of constantly being pessimistic, but we've got to give hope a chance. And there is potential here that there could be something brewing, that there could be a situation where America is starting to look at Israel and going, this is not a viable option anymore. Okay? At some stage, it will happen. At some stage, it will happen. But I'm not saying this is it, but we've just got to be here. If we are constantly pessimistic, we'll burn out. And it'll be bad. So you gotta keep your emotions in check. Like I lose my shit on this live a fair bit, but I'm finding that I'm getting into a mode where it's becoming very like a daily process for me to deal with all of this. Okay, it's a daily process for me. And, I've been to the depths of like fucking absolute depression. Just watching children being blown to pieces every day. To realizing that, we just have to keep carrying on. I've been to the highs as well. When there was the ceasefires and et cetera. But the way we keep going is we've got to be in that middle ground. Whatever happens, we've got to be ready for the good, ready for the bad, and we have to keep in that middle ground. Don't become too pessimistic. Don't become too optimistic. We just have to keep on keeping on. Okay? Doomers and politically uninterested people are equivalent in the eyes of the imperialists. Yeah. We are the optimistic ones because we don't let the naysayers beat us. Orange could be the one with the ego big enough to break up with BB when he gives into the world economic pressure. Yeah. That's what I think happened to me. I lost hope. Pick yourself up, Melanie. Stop it. Pick yourself up. I'm just joking. People lose hope. It's a process. Take your time. Okay. All right. The women are among nearly 24 people slated to be sent to a country where the U.S. government has advised do not travel for any reason. I feel this. I've been following you for a long time too. I started hiking and reading again. It helps. Yeah, I've started reading. I force myself to read like a chapter just before I go to sleep of anything, just a chapter. Okay, the women are among nearly 24 people slated to be sent to a country where the U.S. government has advised, do not travel for any reason. So women who fled Iran are to be deported to Central African Republic, lawyers say. The Trump administration is preparing to deport nearly 24 people to the Central African Republic on Thursday, including at least 2 Iranian women who had sought refuge in the United States, according to lawyers and a government official. In 2020, after Corbyn lost and COVID happened, I totally collapsed mentally, lost all hope. Things have gotten worse since then, but I now feel better because I'm not letting events dictate my mood. Took a while to get to that place here. Yeah, I bought a book for the first time in years, so needed to stop the brain rot. Yeah. Hundo. The flight, which is also expected to include migrants from Afghanistan and Syria, would mark the first such deportation to the Central African Republic, a deeply impoverished country that has been plagued by conflict. The country is so dangerous that the United States Department states on its website, do not travel for any reason. At least some of the migrants have received court orders in the United States prohibiting their deportation to their home countries because of the threat of persecution or torture, their lawyers said. Migrants face a higher burden of proof to win this withholding of removal status than they do to qualify for asylum. The Trump administration is working to find ways to deport people despite these court orders. The government is cutting deals with other countries willing to take them. The U.S. has sought or signed agreements with dozens of countries, including Ghana, Equatorial Guinea, and Eswatini. The Iranian women scheduled to be on Thursday's flight have no criminal record and have been granted court protection against deportation to Iran, said Sahar Jalili Pawelski, one of their immigration lawyers. The precise circumstances of their cases were not immediately clear, but many Iranians who hold this protection fear persecution over their political beliefs or religious identity. Oh, wait, where the fuck is Reza Pahlavi, bro? Where the fuck is Reza Pahlavi? Why isn't he helping them? Why isn't Reza Pahlavi helping these women? That piece of... Don't remind me of that guy. You didn't even remind me of him. I remembered it. Eating creamed corn on a bias on a boat somewhere. Yeah. The women were in serious disbelief when they realized they were scheduled to be sent to the Central African Republic, said Ali Rahmana of the Iranian American Legal Defense Fund, who recently met with them. The Department of Homeland Security said it would not confirm further deportations for security reasons. The planned deportations were confirmed by a U.S. official who spoke on condition of anonymity because the plans were not public. A senior immigration official in the Central African Republic said he had no knowledge of any final agreement. The migrants have no ties to the country, and it is unclear where they will live or whether they could ultimately be sent back to Iran. The U.S. government has documented significant human rights abuses in the Central African Republic, including unlawful killings, torture, and arbitrary arrest and detention. It's one of the hardest places in the world to live, and the idea that it would be considered a safe third country is absurd, said Anjali Paran, director of the Global Human Rights Clinic at the University of Chicago Law School. The existence of a deportation deal with the Central African Republic was earlier reported by Reuters. As Paran, who has worked extensively in the country, said it has no functioning healthcare system and that fears of violence are constant despite a tentative peace agreement between armed groups and the state. Mr. Trump campaigned on a promise to curtail immigration, and the White House is looking to step up deportations to third countries as a way to make good on that pledge. The deportation of Iranians would be another example of that policy extending to groups that had previously been seen as U.S. allies or aligned with its values. The administration had been in talks with the Democratic Republic of Congo to deport more than 1,000 Afghans who had aided the U.S. war effort in their country rather than allowing them to immigrate to the U.S. as planned. Negotiations stalled after a wave of public criticism, leaving the administration to seek new alternatives. Yep, this is America, folks. This is America. Margaret Stock, an Alaska-based immigration attorney and a member of the legal team for an elderly Syrian man who was told he would be on the flight to the Central African Republic, said he has scars all over his body from being tortured in his home country. He feared returning to Syria because he is a Sufi Muslim, she said, and a U.S. immigration judge agreed that those fears were credible. The man, she added, suffers from diabetes, a grave risk in the Central African Republic where medical care, even for routine ailments, is extremely limited. He's not going to be able to access his medication and he's going to die, Stock said. And they know he's going to die if they send him there. Miss Stock said the man, who she said has no criminal record, had been released from immigration detention but was later taken into custody again at a traffic stop. Fuck, man. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. That's horrendous. America, bro. What the F? America. Oh, this is also great. Don't worry, everyone. Ivanka Columbus is discovering new islands. What the fuck is even happening? Ivanka Columbus, I love it. Death camps, yeah. This seems like a warning to brown folks. You come to the US and we're going to send you to hell. Yep. Don't go to the US, people. Just don't do it. Save yourself the trouble. Stay the fuck away from that country. Postal Service seeks to block mail ballots in states resisting Trump demands. Hey, Sav. Democrats and voting rights groups have challenged the proposed rule as a harmful federal intrusion that could affect millions of voters who cast their ballots by mail. Not if you do it legally. No, it's just America's a fascist white supremacist hellhole. It's a shithole. And America just lost against Iran. It's the worst fucking place in the world, Lisa. No one likes America anymore. The world hates America. Like it's the utter shittiest hole of all holes. The U.S. Postal Service has proposed a new rule that would allow it to refuse to deliver mail ballots in states that don't turn over voter rolls to the federal government. America hates America, yeah. America is probably the second most hated country in the world over Israel. People in America lost the game. The rule proposed last week is vaguely written but appears to establish broad authority for the agency to intervene in the mail voting process. It calls on states to compile lists of mail voters that Postal Service employees would use to screen ballots for eligibility. You couldn't pay me to live there? He just read an article stating Afghans who worked with the U.S. military and emigrated to U.S. legally are being deported, you stupid prick, yeah. You can't explain to racists all of this stuff, dope stick. It's too much. Democrats and voting rights groups say the proposed rule is clear evidence that the Trump administration is trying to unconstitutionally intrude on state-run elections. Do people hate the US more than Russia? I haven't thought about it, but the hate is pretty deep for the US, I think. Withholding some mail services in states where voters rely heavily on mail balloting could affect millions of Americans. And most of those affected would likely be Democrats who disproportionately vote by mail because more Republicans have been convinced by Mr. Trump's unfounded claims that mail balloting is not reliable and invites fraud. Wait, can I ask a question? Why is it only Democrats who use mail ballots? Is it just easier? Screening mail ballots for voter eligibility, meanwhile, would amount to an unprecedented and potentially unconstitutional involvement of federal government in the administration of elections. The proposed rule is vague, however, so it is unclear how the screening would work, because MAGA is against them. Trump uses mail ballots. Why don't Democrats just go and vote in person? Like, what's the issue? I don't understand, like, this problem. In recent oral arguments before a federal judge in Boston, a coalition of Democratic state attorneys, I'm not saying work, right? It's a stereotype from COVID. Oh, you don't get a day off to go and vote. Okay. We have one day. We all have to vote during working hours. I see. So how do Republicans vote in line then? Do they take a day off, or do they just not have jobs? In recent oral arguments before a federal judge in Boston, a coalition of Democratic state attorneys general, and multiple voting rights groups said the rule amounts to a federal intrusion into the voting process. They're mostly white people, yeah. They take it off, but they have more access. It's easier to vote in white MAGA districts. I see. So they put up barriers for people of color. And if you live in like blue areas, there's a massive age bias in Republicans. A lot of them are retired. Okay. And multiple voting rights groups said the rule amounts to a federal intrusion into the voting process, which the Constitution dictates is the domain of the states. They also argued that it would be expensive. Cumbersome and chaotic to comply with the demand to create new list of voters, and in some cases, the change mail ballot design with fewer than 150 days until the 2026 general election. It's just difficult to overstate the disruption that this will cause to election administration, said Michael Cohen, the Deputy Attorney General in California, who was speaking on behalf of a broad coalition of states in federal court last week. I know there aren't unions in like many places in America, but couldn't unions do something here? Couldn't unions create a system for at least the union workers? The rule is consistent with an executive order Mr. Trump signed in March, effectively instructing the Postal Service not to deliver election mail unless states comply with other aspects of President's order, including handing over the voter lists. Unions are usually infiltrated by the government and company here. Oh, okay. Unions have been castrated in America. A lot of unions are co-opted by private interests. Okay. This is voter suppression, full stop. Oh, my gosh. Ali in HD, thank you for subbing on YouTube. Thank you. We're so cooked. Mail-ins are also for U.S. citizens in military or working overseas, the sick and elderly. I see. A tiny amount of Americans are in union. Moving voting to Sunday or having a national holiday are the traditional methods for fixing this problem. I see. Elections on Saturday is too obvious. Yeah. Postal experts said that the order also threatens the service's independence. Anton Hajar, a former member of the Postal Service Board of Governors, said his main concern is that Mr. Trump's order amounts to political interference with the USPS, which by law is supposed to be independent. The service, whose precursor predates the United States independence, was codified by Congress and signed into law in 1792 by President George Washington. The founders considered the service an essential pillar of the young country's democracy that would protect the uncensored and affordable exchange of ideas. Congress passed another law in 1970 that converted the Postal Service from a cabinet-level arm of the executive branch to an independent federal agency. So you get in trouble for taking off work to vote, but they are only open during the workday. It's so stupid, eh? America is a fucking joke. Can I just tell you guys that? America is a joke. America is like satire on steroids. It's the most idiotic country. Like, what the fuck is this? This is a clown show. And people are just okay with this shit? Like, what the fuck? People just go, oh, okay, that's the way it is. And they just go and fucking stand in line? Or just vote by mail? Like, what are you guys doing, man? Oh my gosh. They can't even do an election on the weekend? It's so stupid, man. Oh my gosh. It's the worst. Oh my gosh. It's the funniest fucking place, bro. They only intend for certain people to vote. Yeah. It's like, oh yeah, I'll vote in the next election. Yeah. You may not even be able to vote. Libs, I'm going to vote so hard next time. Well, what if you can't mail in your ballot, Lib? The Libs kryptonite. Turn off the USPS. It's such a joke, bro. It's just the most stupid shit. I don't think we have elections on the weekend in the UK, but you have a legal right to take time off work to go and vote. They have recently introduced the need for ID, though, which is a terrible move in the wrong direction. We can't even do ranked choice voting correctly. Maine had 9 months notice and still put a guy with a known Nazi tattoo in blue. Wow. It's diabolical. When I was in LA, the local elections had a turnout rate of 18%. I'm glad our plight is funny. Yeah, I mean, it's like, at this point, I don't understand how the people in America are just going about their daily, stuff. How? They're literally blocking. Okay, guys, like, I'm going to stop laughing at you. But what is going to make Americans like go, okay, it's time to like change this situation or whatever, right? Like I don't even understand. They'll shackle you in your house because they've replaced you with AI, and you'll still be like, oh yeah, I'll wait another 4 years and I'll mail in my ballot. Oh wait, there's no USPS. Jesus. Cheese and crackers. The proposed rule is currently open for a 30-day comment period. The executive order calls on the Postal Service to issue a final rule by the end of July. I lived in Los Angeles once and I saw a lady get her vote thrown out because she was taking a selfie. Imagine. She waited the whole fucking day and she was taking a selfie. It has to hit them personally in order for them to care. How is this not a personal hit, Carol? How is this not a personal hit? How is this not a personal hit? Your right to vote, the minimum participation in a democracy, is literally being eroded in front of your fucking face. And people are like, oh, well. There were signs everywhere that said no photograph, and she still tried to take a selfie with it. Perfect. Oh, I can't. Oh, shit. Something like 70% of American adults haven't read a book since high school. America's a fucking joke, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry, Americans. Okay, this is the situation where I'm laughing at you. Not with you, at you. Because seriously, all this, and then think of those mining execs we watched earlier, and it all makes sense. Yeah. Oh, they're literally eroding your rights, Americans. America, they are taking your right of voting away from you. Do you catch my drift? Do you get my point? The proposed rule is currently open for a 30-day comment period. The executive order calls on the Postal Service to issue a final rule by the end of July. Wow. This is the slowest and most pathetic downfall of a civilization, I swear. It sucks so hard to watch from the inside. Oh my gosh. It sucks so hard to watch from the inside. It's crazy. Oh my gosh.
They don't know what the they're doing. They don't know what the fuck they're doing. You understand that?
Hoo-yah, Navy! Hoo-yah, Navy!
I want to be a good boy.
So there we are.
Oh my gosh. You know, I laugh, right? But America's also bombing the shit out of children and innocent people. So this laugh is kind of like, Yeah. We need an asteroid of some kind, but can we just aim it at like America? Can we just like aim the asteroid like somewhere there? I don't want to die. Not yet. Maybe the Carrington event will happen. Lars! Make it hit Florida. America has always been like this if you were marginalized. Yeah. The proposal is in line with repeated attempts by Mr. Trump and his Republican allies to take over critical parts of the electoral process in the run-up to a challenging midterm election cycle for their party. I will tell you this: this is Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is going to be pushing so hard to get rid of the USPS. I think that will be on top of his list. Was it in Project 2020? Maybe it was in Project 2025 or whatever the fucking thing is called. I think the USPS, they're going after USPS. They have been, but I think they're going to ramp up the... You watch. It's going to get bad. The president's first attempted executive order on elections, which he signed last year and included a requirement for documentary proof of citizenship to register to vote, was blocked by courts. His signature voting legislation in Congress, which would have restricted vote by mail and added similar citizenship requirement, stalled in the face of a Democratic filibuster in the Senate. There are vanishingly few instances of illegal non-citizen voting. Democrats have repeatedly accused the president of trying to give Republicans an electoral advantage in the name of improving election security. Mr. Trump has not denied it. At a gathering of Republican lawmakers in March, he framed support for legislation that would, in part, crack down on mail voting as a way to hold the GOP majority in Congress. Voting is done in this country. I mean, it was never real, but they're not going to fake it anymore. This country will be full-blown bananas probably by end of year. It'll guarantee the midterms, he told them, warning that failure would bring big trouble. The president has also tried to insulate against Republican losses in the midterms by igniting a nationwide redistricting war to draw new, safely partisan congressional seats before the midterms. And he has repeatedly, falsely castigated the slow voting process in California's primary earlier this month as fraudulent, a preview of what he might do in the general election if Republicans fared poorly. Without offering any evidence, the Department of Justice has even promised to bring charges of election fraud in the state. Democrats argued that the executive order signed in March was unconstitutional. Multiple lawsuits were filed within days. But Judge Carl J. Nichols ruled in late May that it was premature for the court to intervene. He cited the fact that the Trump administration had yet to carry out much of the order, meaning that any potential harm caused to states or voters was still theoretical. The court recognizes that the Postal Service may ultimately issue a final rule that directly affects plaintiffs or their members, or that the government may develop state citizenship lists that omit specific individuals due to particularized flaws, he wrote. Plaintiffs may, of course, renew their motions if and when those future actions occur. Although the Postal Service has not yet issued what the judge called a final rule, Democrats pointed in court last week to both the agency's proposed rule and the directive in the executive order to create citizenship lists at the Department of Homeland Security as evidence that the order is being implemented and causing harm. Both the Postal Service proposal and the executive order show that states will suffer real harm, Mr. Cohen said in federal court last week. Lawyers for the Department of Justice defended both the proposed rule and the executive order, but also reiterated that many details regarding implementation had not yet been developed, making any litigation ill-timed. Fuck, this is a mess, guys. This is a fucking mess. Holy shit. There remain significant uncertainties even within the federal government about how and to what extent the executive order will be implemented. Stephen M. Pezzi, a lawyer for the Department of Justice, said in court. The rule offers little explanation for how the Postal Service would screen those ballots. One uncertainty is whether there is a plan for merging the citizenship lists that Homeland Security has been ordered to create with the mail voter lists required of the states. The president's executive order said the Homeland Security list would be transmitted to the states, but explained little else. Earlier this year, Postmaster General David Steiner told the New York Times that the agency would have no part in determining who would be on such a list. We're not going to compile a list.
There is a list.
I mean, we can't compile a list.
There is a list.
That's not what our job is, Mr. Steiner said. He added, we can only work off a list.
There is a list
that we are given, and then we deliver mail. The Postal Service did not respond to a request for comment. The 20-page proposed rule was posted on June 2nd for public comment. The changes would not apply to primary elections or overseas and military voters. The proposal also establishes standards for envelope design and tracking, many of which would fall on state and local election officials to carry out. While the proposed rule says states would retain full control over who can vote by mail, it also makes clear that using the Postal Service to deliver the mail requires states to comply with the rule. My favorite soundbite. The Postal Service plans to use a mail-in and absentee participation list to facilitate law enforcement efforts and plans to verify ballot mail against the list before
there is a list
before it enters the Postal Service's mail stream. If there isn't a match, or if the envelope does not meet the new standards, the ballot will be rejected. Oh my gosh. I'm proposing an amendment to make Donald Trump unconstitutional. One good thing I heard is doctors and nurses are ignoring RFK Jr.'s vaccine plan, calling it bullshit. That's good. So Trump's trying to throw a wrench into the election this way? Yeah. Hi, I'm in Cali, supposed to be super Dem, but because this is all a sham, the Dems are doing so much damage in Cali too. It's crazy, but I knew they'd need to turn Cali red to continue ultimate plans. Yeah. Everything is so negative, bro. Mention one positive thing about Trump admin each week. The biggest positive thing about the Trump administration is that they're fucking up American imperialism. It's insane. But yeah, short term, it'll be violent. But long term, I think we're heading in the right direction. The world. He's also fucking up Europe, bro. He's also fucking up Europe. It's insane. It's like, it's such a self-own. It's amazing. He's fucking up the West. Like, you couldn't ask for anything better. The proposal does not say how ballots en route to voters would be screened. But it does say they would be verified by Postal Service employees. I think a lot about that Twitter post about the Chinese unk saying Trump is ordained by God to destroy the United States or something like that. He really is. Like, the path to a more equitable world for all has to be a multipolar world. And if the West continues to control all of our international institutions, it's never going to happen. I'm sorry to say this, but if we all want to strive for an equitable future for all, we need a multipolar world. We can't have, unipolar powers who impart violence on people when they say no to really stupid proposals. So, yeah, in that way, Trump is doing the world a service by fucking up Western hegemony and American imperialism. But in the short term, people are going to suffer. People are absolutely going to suffer in the global south and within these countries as they become more inward looking and fascist. So the awareness of this is so important, guys. The thing is, there are two ways to prepare for these things, right? There are two ways to prepare for these things. You either prepare for it by, resisting, which with the means of the working class, it's very hard to do that. It's only our bodies that we have and our voices, okay? The other thing is, the other way you can survive is by knowing what's happening, by understanding the situation. Okay? You need to understand how the world is moving. If you get caught up into little black holes of conversations that just suck your energy in, then you're going to lose focus on the bigger picture. You got to be able to zoom in and zoom out on all of these things. That's why when I talk to people who are like, the Jews control everything, I instantly switch off. Because those people have convinced themselves that a group of people are controlling the whole world, a group of like a small religious group, that they're not seeing that what we're actually going through is a massive energy transition. And it's very important for us to zoom out and zoom in, okay? And if you keep focusing on these little stupid things, you're not going to see the bigger picture and how the world is moving. You got to understand why we are here. You got to understand what brought the world here and what is happening on the ground. If we don't read the situation properly, we're going to end up becoming caught up in just useless conversation that's going to suck up our time and waste precious moments of preparation. Like this idiot, James. The guy's lost his mind. The proposal does not say how ballots en route to voters would be screened, but it does say they would be verified by Postal Service employees. Mail ballot verification, however, has long been the province of state election officials. Meanwhile, screening and rejecting such mail for compliance before it enters the mail stream could create bottlenecks. The proposed rule says that if mail ballots are found to be non-compliant, they will be returned and would have to be amended before being resubmitted. I feel like so many people around here are so cooked. The safest thing to do is get away from them because they are very easily manipulable and unpredictable. Yeah. I think people fall into traps very easily when there is a lack of understanding. Right? When people don't understand something, believing in sensationalism, some sensationalist explanation becomes simpler because there's a vacuum of knowledge. And those are dangerous times. That's when people like Nick Fuentes will come in and say shit and people will just believe him. But we have to try and keep level heads when we are thrust into the unknown. We cannot veer away from exploring the situation. We can't choose our stance too quickly we still have to give ourselves the opportunity to absorb information and make an educated decision. But I just feel like people don't give themselves enough time, and they end up just like falling for the most stupid propaganda. Meanwhile, screening and rejecting such mail. Okay, we read that. The service rarely returns mail, said William Hensley, a former election mail specialist at the Postal Service. But in this case, the rule appears to indicate that the service may say, "Turn that truck around." One of the craziest things is people who have fallen into the trap of believing that Jewish people control the world are the same people who live in the West, who do not want to acknowledge the mass war crimes and mass genocides committed by their own ancestors to create what we call the West today. You know, it's easy. It's easy to find a fall guy. It's easy to find a community to point your finger at, like the Jewish community. And Europe has done that for a long time. You know, Europe has used the Jewish community as a pawn for a very long time. So, yeah, it's we've got to be clear-eyed here, guys. We've got to be clear-eyed. We've got to understand how the world is moving. We've got to understand how the world is moving. We've got to understand geopolitics. We've got to understand drivers. We've got to understand how power is shifting from one place to the other. If we're truly gonna be about an equitable world for all, we've got to be educated about how the world has been built to bring us to this stage, and how moving some pieces will change the current situation. We just have to be educated about it, and that's what we're doing here. Right? We're just learning and learning and learning, and we're learning together, which is nice. The service rarely returns mail, said William Hensley, a former election mail specialist at the Postal Service. But in this case, the rule appears to indicate that the service may say, "Turn that truck around." And the consequence of that could be incredibly damaging for election officials and for voters, he said. Jenna Griswold, the Democratic Senate Secretary of State in Colorado, said in an interview that the proposed changes, especially requiring states to share voter information for ballots to be delivered, would put a state like Colorado in a tremendous bind. A majority of Coloradans vote by mail, so it would absolutely have a tremendous effect on our election system, she said. Yeah. Yes, it would, lady. It definitely would. Okay. Oh man, that is just heavy stuff. Okay, we're gonna look at Cuba just for a bit. We haven't spoken about Cuba in a while, but we are gonna look at Cuba. U.S. blocks deal by Florida company to supply fuel to Cuba. Have you guys heard about this? This is insane. What's happening to Cuba? And this situation is particularly bad. U.S. blocks deal by Florida company to supply fuel to Cuba. The deal to ship 250,000 barrels of fuel to Cuba could have eased an energy crisis, but the Trump administration says Vanguard Energy lacks the authorization to proceed. The Trump administration has put on hold a deal by a Florida energy trading company to send to Cuba one of the largest cargoes of fuel from the United States in decades. This Marco Rubio would have done this, by the way. He would have stopped it. The company, Vanguard Energy, said this week that it had struck an agreement with the Cuban authorities allowing it to send 250,000 barrels of gasoline and diesel from a Texas refinery to the island nation and lease Cuban government facilities to store fuel upon arrival. But when details of the deal became public in recent days, the State Department quickly intervened, making it clear that Vanguard required explicit approval from the U.S. authorities to proceed. Oh, that doesn't sound like a free market to me, folks. Is that a free market when the government can stop you from making a deal? From selling stuff? Is that what a free market is? It appears that America is not about free market capitalism after all. Take care, Jane. Vanguard Energy has not received any U.S. license for this transaction, the State Department said in a statement. The Trump administration sanctions remain in effect absent specific guidance or licensing to the contrary. Trump has destroyed world order and expelled white supremacy. Not yet. But the process has started. We're going to go through a very violent phase, I think, before we come out of the other side. I think we're just going into that violent phase right now. But yeah, that violence is what is going to change the sort of dynamics in the world. The Trump administration's move to put the deal on ice reflects how it is trying to apply greater pressure on Cuba's government by restricting the flows of oil to the country, which has been grappling for months with dwindling fuel supplies. The energy crisis in Cuba has grown more acute since January, when U.S. forces disposed the captured Nicolas Maduro, the former leader of Venezuela, disposed and captured Nicolas Maduro, which had long supplied Cuba with a lifeline of subsidized oil. The Trump administration forced Venezuela to halt such shipments and made it harder for other nations to supply Cuba with oil, part of a broader effort aimed at coercing Cuba's government to remove its leader and force political and economic change. But U.S. officials also carved out an exception allowing companies to send relatively small amounts of fuel to Cuba's private sector, as well as religious and humanitarian organizations. Vanguard Energy, a trading company which specializes in supplying fuel in the Caribbean and Latin America, had been operating within the new framework, sending small tanks of fuel to Cuba. Taking Cuba wouldn't contribute significantly to American exploitation economy that much either. Yeah, exactly. It would actually be a cost. It would be a cost. It's not like Cuba is going to instantly generate growth for America. Hey, kia ora, Darlene. Kia ora. Welcome. In May, the company reached a deal with the Cuban authorities that could have expanded these operations by shipping fuel to Cuba in much larger oil tankers, allowing greater volumes of fuel to reach the nation and potentially bring gas prices down. The agreement opened the way for Vanguard to send an initial cargo of about 250,000 barrels of refined fuels to Cuba, enough to meet about a week and a half of demand in the country, the Miami Herald and Bloomberg reported this week. That cargo would have amounted to one of the largest shipments of fuel from the United States to Cuba since a trade embargo was imposed in the 1960s. But the State Department's position now effectively pauses the deal. Going even further, the United States announced additional sanctions on Tuesday on Cuba's national oil company, CUPET. The sanctions effectively make it harder to make energy deals in Cuba that are not authorized by the United States. The problem is that Cuba hasn't completely collapsed without capitalism for 60 years. Yeah. Matthew Clan, Vanguard's president, said the company was continuing to work with the U.S. authorities to try to obtain the required approvals to proceed. Vanguard remains committed to conducting its business in a manner consistent with U.S. law, national interests, and long-term policy objectives, Mr. Clan said in a telephone interview. Mr. Clan, middle name Clux. For now, only a trickle of oil is reaching Cuba. The energy shortage together with hardened U.S. sanctions, has created a humanitarian crisis, including an increase in children dying because doctors cannot access essential medicines, the United Nations said this week. As the crisis grinds on, the U.S. authorities have stepped up pressure on Cuba's leadership. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth traveled on Wednesday to the U.S. Navy base on the island at Guantanamo Bay, where he warned Cuba against trying to obtain weapons capable of reaching either U.S. soil or the base in the southeastern portion of the island. I guess one thing about it is soon the whole world will suffer an oil crisis. Drusuf, yeah. The people who usually pay for this are the people with very little. So, yeah, the oil crisis will chip away at these these economies, but it will have a massive impact on people with very little. It sucks. Okay, let's finish up with this. Trump administration sanctions Cuba's national oil company Blas Castro's. Secretary of State Marco Rubio denounces Union Cuba Petroleo as having unlawfully expropriated U.S. resources in the aftermath of the Cuban Revolution. Pete is ridiculous. Yeah, the guy is, just snorting lines. Too many lines. The United States has levied additional sanctions against Cuba, this time targeting the Caribbean island's state-owned oil and gas company, Union Cuba Petroleo. On Thursday, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio issued a statement describing the company as a tool for Cuba's repressive security apparatus. While the Cuban people have suffered fuel shortages and blackouts because of the decades of underinvestment in critical infrastructure, Cuba's communist leaders have diverted energy resources to line their own pockets, Rubio wrote. He then proceeded to denounce the Castro family, whose members governed Cuba for decades, for profiting from the country's oil. Bro, this is such projection. While Donald Trump is literally manipulating the market. So stupid. As regular Cubans wait for weeks to fill their cars and suffer relentless blackouts, the Castro family flies around on a private jet. The government buses in fake protesters for publicity stunts, and the regime prioritizes keeping the power on in luxury tourist hotels, Rubio said. He added that Union Cuba Petroleo's assets were unlawfully expropriated from American owners years ago, a reference to the Cuban government's effort in 1960 to nationalize oil production. That effort, in turn, was a reaction to a U.S. decision under the President Dwight Eisenhower, to cut off U.S. oil exports to Cuba. Pressure campaign ongoing. The sanctions are the latest step under U.S. President Donald Trump to apply pressure to the island's communist government. Since January, Trump has led a campaign to restrict fuel on the island, first by cutting off energy exports from its regional ally, Venezuela, then by threatening tariffs against any country that ships oil to Cuba. Because the ExxonMobil CEO shares the profits to the people. So crazy, yeah. Rubio's family left Cuba under Batista's leadership, not Castro's, I think. Oh. Why can America do it but condemn others? White supremacy. That de facto oil blockade had been coupled with intensifying sanctions that build upon a decades-long trade embargo the U.S. has placed on Cuba. The island is resilient on oil imports to power its aging electricity grid, as well as for daily necessities such as shipping and transportation. As of 2023, the International Energy Agency estimates that Cuba is only able to produce 40% of the oil it uses. In the past, the rest came from abroad. But that trade has all but stopped. Only a single Russian oil tanker has reached Cuba since late January. Thursday's sanctions are expected to heighten Cuba's energy crisis. The sanctions not only freeze any U.S.-based assets Union Cuba Petroleum may have, but they also bar any entity with operations in the U.S. from doing business with the company. While power outages are not unheard of in Cuba, their frequency has increased since the oil blockade began, including 2 island-wide blackouts in March alone. This week, Volker Turk, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, warned that the outages were having dire consequences for everyday Cubans. The fuel restrictions imposed since early 2026 and recent tightening of extraterrestrial sanctions taken together are directly harming Cubans, especially the most vulnerable, Turk said in a statement. Children are dying because doctors lack access to essential medical supplies and medicines. This is unacceptable. Trump hints at military action. The Trump administration, however, has blamed the Cuban government for those blackouts. It has also suggested it's willing to take military action in Cuba to force regime change. In March, Trump compared his intentions for Cuba to the January 3rd military offensive he took against Venezuela, which culminated in the abduction of the South American country's president, Nicolas Maduro. As we achieve a historic transformation in Venezuela, we're also looking forward to great change that will soon be coming to Cuba, Trump said. Cuba's in its last moments of life as it was. It'll have a great new life, but it's in its last moments of life the way it is. It is unclear how far the U.S. will go to trigger change in Cuba, though. Officials on both sides have been involved in ongoing talks as Cuba seeks relief from the oil blockade. In March, the New York Times reported that the Trump administration had proposed the removal of President Miguel Diaz-Canel, the country's first non-Castro leader since 1959. Cuban officials, however, have publicly rejected that idea. Last month, the Trump administration also filed a criminal indictment in the U.S. against former Cuban President Raul Castro over the 1996 downing of an activist plane. Diaz-Canel denounced the charges, however, as an effort to justify the folly of a military aggression. Critics also point to a buildup of U.S. military assets in the Caribbean Sea as a signal that the Trump administration is preparing to take aggressive action against Cuba. In May, for instance, an aircraft carrier, the USS Nimitz, arrived in the Caribbean. 2 high-level military leaders have also visited the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, in recent weeks. Last month, it was General Francis Donovan, the leader of the U.S. Southern Command this week. This week, it was Defense Secretary Pete Kegsbreath. On Wednesday, Hegseth again hinted at possibility of U.S. military action as he warned Cuba not to make the kind of wrong decision that creates the kind of threat the United States may have to deal with. Bro, you guys don't have fucking missiles, man. You don't have missiles. You're about to give Iran more money than Obama did. You're going to take a massive L. Just shut up, Kegsbreath. Shut it. Shut it. The Trump administration has long maintained that Cuba represents a national security threat to the U.S. In Thursday's statement, Rubio also underscored that the U.S. would continue to place sanctions on Cuba until a government change occurred. President Trump wants a new future for Cuban people with greater economic and political freedom and opportunity, he wrote. Until then, we will continue to target the communist regime's ability to leverage its energy trade to further its corrupt agenda and violently repress the Cuban people. Wow. Kids are dying. Yeah. Yes. Kids are absolutely being murdered all over. All over the world. It's sad. Oh, shit. Look at this, everybody. Breaking. Royal Mail Business Courier Service updates their form and labels Gaza as Israel, going against UN and even UK recognition of Gaza as Palestinian land. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, no. They're trying to write Palestinians out of existence. Oh, bro. Israel will take 100% of Gaza and nothing will be done. This world is fucked. They'll try. They'll try for sure. Guessing they're going to announce a full annexation. What the fuck is this Royal Mail, dude? What the fuck are they doing? Happy St. Patrick's Day. Irish people. Irish people would hate what you're doing, Royal Mail. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Very shameful. Very shameful. Oh my gosh.
So there we are.
Oh my gosh. Am I surprised? No. But I'm also just angry. Whether like it's happening. Who's going to stop Israel? Well, if anyone's going to stop Israel, it's going to be America. But again, it really, I think, is up to Americans. Americans are the only ones who have the ability to stop this. It has to be America. Nah. After Iran signs this deal, it won't do anything. And we won't. Yeah. Still on screen. Shit. Thank you. Okay, guys. Who are we raiding? Twitch. Who are we raiding? Who can we raid? Who can we raid? Americans have spent their entire existence saying, if our government will be tyrannical, we will take up arms. Well, it's about time, boys. But the thing is, like, America is the most armed country in the world, too. It's just, I just don't understand this, eh? It's just using arms against black and brown people, black people in particular, and Native American people, like indigenous people. Doesn't count as resistance, bro. Most people are too chicken shit. Yeah. Carrington event will stop everything. What's the Carrington event? What's the Carrington event, Mia? Who shall we raid, everybody? Who shall we raid? Who shall we... Ah, Shy. Yeah, nice. Let's go. Let's raid Shy. Let's do it. Shy Dembo. Shy is awesome, by the way. Shy is awesome. You love your guns. Didn't some guy in Waco give that a go? I don't know. Shy is great. Shy is great. Great. Okay, everybody. Thank you so much for being here with me tonight. As always, we just have to keep going. Every day it's like fucking bad news, right? Every day it's bad news. There's small little bits of hope, but most of it is absolutely dog shit. But we'll keep coming back. We'll keep coming back. We'll keep doing it. This is a long game. We'll keep educating ourselves, keep reading, keep learning, and keep being informed about the current situation around the world. Because information and knowledge is resistance, and we've got to keep it going. But thank you so much, everybody.
New follower detected.
Aga 2018, thank you so much. Please say hi to Shy for me, okay? Please say hi to Shy. In 3, 2, 1. Hey, Pupu-sama. Enjoy the raid. And good night, everybody. Kakite Pomarie, everybody. TikTok, I'll catch you soon. TikTok. And YouTube, I'll see you soon as well. Thank you so much, everybody. Pomarie, Kakite. I'll see you all tomorrow. Morena, if it's your morning. Thank you so much, folks. Thank you. Tenakwe. Pomarie, Darlene. Chat soon. Free Palestine. Take care, everybody.